Is there a Republican plan as an alternative to the Affordable Care Act that touches upon this third rail pre-existing conditions?
No. This reminds us a little bit of the midterms in the weeks before. President Trump was talking about a new tax cut that never materialized. When you think about Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, I think what you'll see a lot with the Supreme Court hearings beginning today at 9 a.m., the first time Judge Amy Coney Barrett will face questions. The week after the election, November 10th, is the court case on the Affordable Care Act, whether or not it's constitutional, with 23 million folks listening in who could lose their coverage in the spring. Health care is obviously top of mind both in those hearings and on the ballot November 3rd.
Chris, how is this playing out on the campaign trail and in the polling that you've seen?
Well, I think what Democrats would tell you is that they would love to be talking about health care going into November 3rd. Generally speaking, Democrats poll better on health care. When you look at the historic wins in the midterms, Republicans losing 41 seats in the House, that was largely on the argument that Republicans were trying to repeal and replace. And so, Republicans don't love talking about this. I think they would much rather make the closing argument a choice election between Trump and Joe Biden. But the president seems insistent on making this both about health care and a referendum on Trump.
So John will mention polling, and one Tom Keene will say, I don't buy it, any of it. I think it's all not accurate based on what we saw in 2016. What's your interpretation of where the polls are right now?
Well, I mean, the Affordable Care Act polls much better than Obamacare, even though they're the exact same thing.
Chris, I mean generally, just generally for the overall election.
Well, look, I think polling has gotten better than 2016. We've had numerous elections in this country since 2016. Just look at the president's schedule, where he is spending his time. Arguably the most important commodity in the elections is where the candidates spend their time. And President Trump is going to be in Georgia later this week. He's going to be in Iowa later this week. Joe Biden is going to be in Ohio. These are not states where, 6 months ago, I think would have been, anyone would have thought that is where both Biden and Trump would be spending their time, which would suggest that the Trump campaign is in real trouble.
Chris, I'm fascinated by what the Biden response to this is. He doesn't want to be a policy wonk right now, does he?
Look, I think, I think Biden believes that every day that this election is a referendum on Donald Trump, that's a good day for Joe Biden. We're 3 weeks to November 3rd. Although, the election isn't going to end on November 3rd, we're probably going to have one, if not two, runoffs in the state of Georgia for the Senate on January 5th. So there's still a long time to go. But all but 5 states are already in some form of voting. Over 10 million ballots have already been cast. So, we'll see how this unfolds, whether or not we even have another debate. But right now, the trajectory is looking pretty good for Vice President Biden, and Trump's tweets don't seem to be helping.
Chris, one thing we heard from the Republican campaign repeatedly is that these polls don't capture how much registration we've seen in the last couple of weeks, last few months or year for the Republican Party. Chris, what's in that argument that you're hearing from the Republican campaign at the moment?
What you hear a lot is that, Republicans tend to vote they vote the day of the elections. And what you've seen already with a number of the ballot requests on both absentee and mail-in, overwhelmingly indexing for Democrats. What you hear more and more from Republican strategists, though, is a real fear that if there are COVID spikes in the swing states up to and around November 3rd, that could decrease same-day voting. And you see the president now traveling every day, going to those swing states, holding in-person rallies where social distancing not being practiced the way I think the CDC would prefer it to be, a real fear that if you have COVID spikes on November 3rd, that's going to be a problem for Republicans because a lot of the Democratic vote is already going to be locked in.
Chris, great to catch up. Chris Kruger there of Cowen Washington Research Group. Appreciate your time, sir. The president on the campaign trail, heading to Pennsylvania a little bit later, I understand, then on to Iowa, then on to North Carolina, Tom. The battlegrounds very much front and center in the final 3 weeks of this election campaign.
Kevin Cirilli really emphasizing North Carolina. I'll be honest, John, I've got to read up on it. It's been off my radar, all these different states and the ebb and the flow of it. Certainly over the weekend, Pennsylvania was considered key. Certainly Florida behind Texas, California, New York with a large electoral vote. But North Carolina, John, I got to get up to speed on, and I hear it's really tight.
The Senate race very tight. I love what Lisa just did a little bit earlier. Just a description of this program. John says a number. Tom says I don't buy it. On repeat for the next 3 weeks, live on Bloomberg TV and radio. I mean, it was an accurate summary, Lisa.
Thanks,
Very
I
accurate
tried.
indeed. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa.
धाकड़ आदमी ना हमेशा धाकड़ जगह त्याग कर गुड़गांव इन भारत जहाँ का मॉल भी अपना और टॉल भी अपना और जितने काले धंधे उनमें रोल भी अपना। जय बात।
रफाजलपुरिया
हो लल्ला लल्ला लोरी तू आग का गोला छोरी हरियाणा में गोलियां चल रही ज्यादा सेक्सी हो रही। ओ दिल विल करती चोरी तेरी खींच लूंगा डोरी जतन मैं टच कर दिया बेबी आई एम सॉरी ज्यादा सेक्सी हो रही।
के छोटा के बड़ा अरे कोई शराबी हो रहा रे पानी पत का पानी मेरे करके गुलाबी हो रहा रे पानी पत का पानी मेरे करके गुलाबी हो रहा।
अरे छोटा के बड़ा हर कोई शराबी हो रहा रे पानी पत का पानी तेरे करके गुलाबी हो रहा। तू फूला की से बोरी तू जट मरेगी छोरी हरियाणा में गोलियां चल रही ज्यादा सेक्सी हो रही।
रे दो 47 रे दो जिप्सी काली ओ मेरे चक्कर में बेबी केस पड़ गए चाली।
रे दो 47 रे दो जिप्सी काली रे तेरे चक्कर में जाने पे केस पड़ गए 40।
तू ना कर जोरा जोरी तेनू दिल नहीं देना सॉरी
हरियाणा में गोलियां चल रही ज्यादा सेक्सी हो रही। एक बात बताऊं सच्ची आई डोंट लाइक छोरियां फैटी।
साड़ी में लगती हूँ बाबू मैं तो शिल्पा शेट्टी।
इब हाँ कर दे तू छोरी तेरी नाना नाना हो रही हरियाणा में गोलियां चल रही ज्यादा सेक्सी हो रही। आग का गोला छोरी हरियाणा में गोलियां चल रही ज्यादा सेक्सी हो रही। हाय गाइस दिस इज मी बाय फाजिलपुरिया। आई होप आप सब लोगों को गाना पसंद आया हो। लाइक करें कमेंट करें शेयर करें और व्हाइट हिल धाकड़ का चैनल सब्सक्राइब करें। थैंक यू सो मच। फाजिलपुरिया इन द हाउस।
and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living. Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and
ਕਦੇ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਾ ਕਮ ਸਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਆ ਹੌਸਲੇ ਦਿਖਦੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ 'ਚ ਰੱਖ ਬੰਦੂਕਾਂ ਸੌਂਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕੱਖਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੱਥ ਚਾਕੂ ਨਾਲ ਛੱਲੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਸੌਫਟ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਮੁਟਿਆਰੇ ਨੀ ਜਿੱਤਦੇ ਯਾਦੀ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆ ਕਦੇ ਜੰਗ ਮੈਦਾਨੋਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਜਿੱਤਦੇ ਯਾਦੀ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆ ਕਦੇ ਜੰਗ ਮੈਦਾਨੋਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਨਾ ਰਹੇਗੀ ਹੱਥਾਂ 'ਚ ਪਸਤੌਲੀ ਕੁੜੇ ਅਮਨ ਸੋਢੀ ਹਾਂ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਰਾ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਕੋਲ ਕੁੜੇ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਉਹ ਤੇਰੇ ਵਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਾ ਰਹੇਗੀ ਹੱਥਾਂ 'ਚ ਪਸਤੌਲੀ ਕੁੜੇ ਅਮਨ ਸੋਢੀ ਹਾਂ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਰਾ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਕੋਲ ਕੁੜੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਰੋਂਦੇ ਮਿੱਠੀਏ ਹੰਝੂ ਪੀਂਦੇ ਖਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਜਿੱਤਦੇ ਯਾਦੀ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆ ਕਦੇ ਜੰਗ ਮੈਦਾਨੋਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਕਦੇ ਜੰਗ ਮੈਦਾਨੋਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਆਉ ਆਪਣੇ ਦਮ ਤੇ ਖੜਾਇਆ ਆਉ ਖੜਿਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਸਹਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਆਉ ਫੇਲ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਾਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੌਣੀਏ ਪਰ ਕੋਈ ਚੱਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੁਟਿਆਰੇ ਨੀ ਕੋਈ ਚੱਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੁਟਿਆਰੇ ਆਉ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਨਾ ਹੰਕਾਰ ਕਦੇ ਕਲਾਕਾਰੀ ਦਾ ਰੂਟ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਯਾਰਾ ਚੀਨਾ ਮਾਰ ਕਦੇ ਆਉ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਨਾ ਹੰਕਾਰ ਕਦੇ ਕਲਾਕਾਰੀ ਦਾ ਰੂਟ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਚ ਨਾ ਮਾਰ ਕਦੇ ਔਖੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਚ ਖੜਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯਾਰ ਜੱਟ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਉਹ ਜਿੱਤਦੇ ਯਾਦੀ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆ ਕਦੇ ਜੰਗ ਮੈਦਾਨੋਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਜਿੱਤਦੇ ਯਾਦੀ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆ ਕਦੇ ਜੰਗ ਮੈਦਾਨੋਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਨੀ
22?
Well, there's always a question about who's going to be the global locomotive. And it always used to be the case that the United States was the global locomotive. That was the one who was importing and supporting the growth in other economies around the world. Well, you know, even though the China statistics are the most robust of the economies that we have as well in our projections, they're exporting their way to growth. So they're not the global locomotive at this point. They are taking advantage of the recovery that is very sluggish in the global economy. When we look at their statistics, they did just come out with some new statistics today. The U.S. is the one that's the global locomotive for China.
Yeah.
The U.S. China exports to the U.S. are very strong. Their exports to Europe and Japan have not recovered nearly.
Dr. Mann, Navarro and Trumpian economics here would be it's a zero-sum game. So if China rebounds, we lose, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have any optimism into next year, into a pandemic recovery, that we can see a true additive demand away from the zero-sum myth?
Well, it is a zero-sum myth. But the challenge is that domestic demand in economies, which of course has been so hard hit by COVID, until that is resolved, you will not have additive demand coming from the trade channel. So, we really need to get our consumers back on track. Very serious problem with business investment, continuing to be very, very weak this year and into next year. So, we have to get those two elements back on track, and then trade will follow.
You know, John, I really want to stop the show here and say on radio and TV, John, this is incredibly important how a lot of the thinking guests that we have push against this zero-sum concept, including Prime Minister Johnson, and we're going out to where we get additive again. It's out there somewhere, John.
The nature of the positive spillover from China's recovery, Catherine, can you walk us through how that's changed now relative to coming out of the last crisis?
Very good question, because it was the case, not only the last crisis, the global financial crisis, where China really implemented quite a bit of fiscal policy and monetary policy to bolster commodity demand as well as other demand throughout the global economy. They did it again in 2015-16. Of course, they were part of the slowdown then, and then they ramped up and were part of the global recovery. This time around, the export channel is an important channel for them, and the question mark is to what extent their choice of fiscal policy instruments and monetary policy instruments are designed to focus on internal demand versus getting exports out the door and through that channel improving manufacturing. There has been a pivot. I mean, they talk about this dual circulation, meaning both the domestic economy and the external economy. So they have the language in there that suggests that they're focusing on their domestic economy, trying to bolster that growth. But right now, we've got very strong exports, and that's an important ingredient for their GDP growth.
When the IMF comes out and they bring down their expectations for growth next year, John rightly pointed out the story is it is a shallower downturn now. It is a slower return to some sort of normalcy. What kind of unemployment rate can we expect in the new normal, given the uncertainty around fiscal support and given the lack of growth from the developing world?
So let me say first, our forecast has been continued to drift downward for global growth in 2020. We've continued to write that down. We have also written down 2021. So we've got a little bit of a different profile for our forecast than the IMF does, but I have to say that neither one of them are positive. We also ask our economists, when do you think your economy will return to the pre-COVID level of GDP? 30% of global GDP continues to move that out in terms of the calendar. And none of them have a return to a pre-COVID level of unemployment rates anytime in the near-term horizon. So the unemployment part, the bolstering of domestic demand through consumers, that's really a very weak part of this story of recovery. And it's not a recovery. It's we only get back to where we were in January. That's just getting out of the hole. That's not a recovery.
Live on Bloomberg TV and radio with Catherine Mann of Citigroup on Bloomberg Surveillance. Catherine, I just want to tease out some of your most recent research on inflation. CPI in America out 7-8 minutes ago, bang in line. Yeah. You raise a really, really interesting and important topic. The gap between consumers' perception of inflation, statistical measures of inflation, and financial market pricing of inflation, and where it leaves central banks. Catherine, just build on it for us.
Right. So, I mean, even if we look at the data for consumers, what do they look at? They look at they look at food prices. They look at energy prices. Maybe at this point they're looking at auto prices. And so their perceptions of inflation are actually well above 2%. Financial markets, up until the change in the monetary policy framework by the Federal Reserve, the average inflation targeting, financial markets were very low in terms of their expectation for inflation. Now, it did bump up towards 2% when the new monetary framework came out. But the problem with the Federal Reserve, they also have to deal with financial market inflation. And of course, those measures of inflation, if we think about asset prices, if we included asset prices, we would have a much higher rate of inflation than we're observing for goods and services. So the challenge is to balance, financial market and asset prices with consumer prices. And right now, the two of them are pretty far apart.
A few years ago, Catherine Mann put out a small monograph. The first time I heard about it, when Lawrence Kudlow yelled at me, "Shut up and read this monograph." And I did, Catherine Mann. It was called "Is the Trade Deficit Sustainable?" It was a classic immediately by Dr. Mann. How about this, Catherine Mann? Is the twin deficit we have created sustainable? Nobody believes it is. Do you believe in a glide path to a regression that we're familiar with? Or are we in uncharted territory here?
Well, in terms of the fiscal deficits and the debt profiles, absolutely we're in uncharted territory. We've never had a post-World War type of territory anyway. We've never had these kinds of numbers before. We've never had these trajectories, not just for sovereigns, but also for non-financial corporates. I mean, the only ones who seem to be in control at this point are households in the United States, at least. So this is a debt trajectory that is unparalleled. And, there's only a couple ways out of this. The good way out, of course, is to have an innovation surge, have a productivity surge, a support for the capacity of the economy to repay its obligations. Same thing for companies. That's a wish. That's an aspiration at this point. We could imagine maybe something coming through with climate innovation and climate adaptation and mitigation. These are ways in which we could get a productivity surge that would be supportive of being able to repay the debt. The other way, of course, is to inflate it away. A little bit of inflation would be a good thing. The Fed has made it clear that they are willing to have inflation run above the 2% for a good period of time. And for statistics,
Catherine, I'm just trying to give you a book to write. Come on, I need you to write, is the trade deficit, is the twin deficit sustainable?
I'm going to write another one, but this one is going to be talking about both the capital account and the current account, because the other question that people ask is, when does the capital flow into the United States, which of course is the counterpart to the current account deficit, when does that capital account surplus start to erode? And that, of course, has to do with the sustainability of the dollar as a reserve currency. Another big topic.
Catherine, great to catch up. Always
Great.
tremendously smart. Catherine Mann there of Citigroup, thank you. Tom Keene, did Larry Kudlow used to shout at you?
Kudlow and I used to go back and forth all the time. This is even pre-CNBC for Lawrence Kudlow, going back Bear Stearns days and all that. And we were both reading the same book at the same time. Catherine Mann. I mean, you had to read it at the time. I used to walk around with it just to be cool.
I'm going to be nice to Larry from now on. I love him even more now. Larry Kudlow shouting at Tom Keene.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful thing.
It's a great
I'd pay
thing.
to see it.
Is the trade deficit
Alongside
sustainable?
Tom Keene and Lisa Brabitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Equity futures down 6, NASDAQ futures flying, bank earnings in focus.
Entry point, I'm looking, Lisa, come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is Bloomberg, here all week, Monday to Friday.
With the First Word News, I'm Kaylee Lyons. President Trump is diving right back into campaigning. He told an audience in Florida he felt so powerful after recovering from the coronavirus, he wanted to kiss everybody. There was little social distancing at the rally at Orlando Sanford International Airport. Some spectators did wear masks. Joe Biden says he's not a fan of expanding the Supreme Court. It's his clearest answer on the issue yet after weeks of dodging the question. Biden was speaking in an interview in Cincinnati. The idea of adding seats to the Supreme Court has gained traction among Democrats. Many are angry that Republicans are rushing through the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett. Coronavirus infections are soaring in several Republican strongholds and in the key swing state of Wisconsin. 3 weeks before the election, the hardest hit states are now North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wisconsin, and Utah. Hospitalizations are also on the rise in all 5 states. BlackRock's assets under management rose to a record $7.8 trillion in the third quarter. The rising stock market was one reason, plus there were inflows to all of BlackRock's product lines. That includes everything from ETFs to alternative investments. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Kaylee Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with LACWA.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
It's already gotten bad. That's showing up in the numbers and likely to get worse as we go into 2021. And one notable part of this global recession is the inequality.
A sobering conversation with David Malpass there, the World Bank president, just ahead of the IMF World Bank meetings. From London and New York this morning. Good morning. Alongside Lisa Abramowitz and Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Counting you down to the opening bell with bank earnings in focus. Looking forward to catching up with Gerard Cassidy, RBC Capital Markets Equity Research Director. We'll do that on Bloomberg TV in about 15 minutes, Tom.
John, a conversation made more interesting here with the differences, the distinctions between J.P. Morgan and Citigroup. Always good to catch up with Mr. Cassidy of Maine. Right now we diverge to Kentucky. Tim Adams is with the Institute of International Finance, their president and chief executive officer. I will not mince words. He has reinvigorated the Institute. It was 400 guys standing around in suits and ties, and he put a spirit into it last year of a debate on our economics and the financial system around it. We're thrilled he could join us today. Tim, what is it like to pull off a virtual conference after the excellence I personally observed last year? How do you do virtual?
Yeah, Tom, well, thanks for having me this morning. I got up early this morning, really looking forward to being here with you today. We've got 70 different sessions over 5 days, 60 hours of programming. It's almost our own little network. So we're learning by doing. We got great speakers, Jamie Dimon, Larry Fink toward the end of the week. So it's all about content, just like you, Tom. It's all about content.
I look at your resume out of Kentucky, your work with Secretary Snow, Secretary O'Neill, et cetera, and you've got the process and the machinery of fiscal stimulus in you. You've executed that before. Do you have an optimism that if or when we get fiscal stimulus, we can execute it better this time?
I certainly hope so. Look, this town, when it wants to, can execute well, but it requires leadership at the top where the message is we want to have flawless professional execution. This town attracts a lot of really smart, interesting people, and it populates with great people. We just need to be given the task to do it and do it well.
Right now, the IMF is holding their meetings in addition to everything else going on. Does the developed world care enough about the carnage going on in much of the emerging markets right now?
Oh, absolutely. I've spent the last 8 weeks on the phone with finance managers, central bankers from emerging markets, a lot of developing countries, especially sub-Saharan Africa. We are incredibly engaged with those countries. We're listening to them and we want to help them.
All right, so we've heard about debt relief. Are we going to be hearing more and more about debt forgiveness on a magnitude never before seen?
I don't know about magnitude never before seen, but certainly countries have an opportunity and option to reach out to their creditors, official, bilateral, and private, to find a way forward. Currently, it's a liquidity crisis. It's not yet a solvency crisis, but we're working toward what a solvency adjustment may mean over the next couple of years. Absolutely.
Tim Adams, one of the themes we're seeing as we dive into big bank earnings season, and of course the Institute of International Finance folks, is about the representation and the voice of our larger financial institutions globally. Tim Adams is the export of our banking skills, and that the major banks in America can go over to Europe and can compete. They can go over to Asia and compete. Is our government holding them back, or can they constructively compete?
Well, to your point, Tom, we had great news out of JP Morgan, Citi, and BlackRock today. World-class institutions. They can compete. They are competing. They are getting access to markets around the world, including China, which is a huge opportunity for U.S. institutions. Look, we need to see more consolidation in the U.S. We'll see more consolidation across Europe. Scale is your friend, and namely just because the technology spend. But U.S. and European institutions are world-class. They can compete anywhere.
Tim, but this is important. We have liberties restricted in Hong Kong. What is the IIF approach to allowing Western capitalism to work in China if China restricts those opportunities specifically in Hong Kong?
You know, Tom, the Chinese government, we have 35 Chinese institutions. I have an office in Beijing, have been very forthcoming in attracting non-Chinese financial institutions. They want the technical expertise. They want the foreign capital. You know, I've been going to China for close to 30 years. There really is an open door for U.S. financial institutions. I think there's a very good relationship there.
Okay, the relationship is there, but how do we compromise with a new tone from Beijing?
Well, it's just going to require greater diplomacy, and whoever's in the White House starting the third week of January is going to have to hit the reset button and find ways to work with President Xi Jinping and look for ways where we do have a common theme, and that is climate change. It's about pandemics. It's about financial. It's about energy. There are a whole host of issues where we need to work together for a common collective outcome.
Tim, I've got to ask, we're in the heat of the election season, 21 days to the election. I believe the senator from Kentucky has a win in hand. I think that's what the polling out of Louisville tells me. Give us an update on Kentucky politics.
Yeah, don't ever vote against or bet against Mitch McConnell. He's an incredibly great politician. He's been doing this a long time. He's also a good majority leader in the Senate. And maybe he'll continue being majority leader. We'll see. But never bet against Mitch McConnell. He'll win this race handedly.
Tim, if we do get and this is an if we do get a President Biden, you are associated with a Republican Party removed from President Trump. Does the Republican Party shift back to the decades of work you represented, or is it Trumpism forever?
Oh, that's a great question, Tom. I hope that we return to a vision that I certainly worked for Ronald Reagan and George Bush and others, really about building strong institutions, about rule of law, about engagement globally to solve common collective problems. I hope that's the case. If not, I'm willing to work with the Biden administration on a whole range of issues, including sustainable finance.
Very good. Tim Adams, thank you so much. Congratulations to the Institute of International Finance. This year, virtual within those Washington meetings, is we have virtual World Bank, IMF, and Milken Institute. It is that season of October. On the IMF, I need to remind you of Francine Lacroix's important panel today at the International Monetary Fund, including Lawrence Fink of BlackRock coming off those good earnings. And, of course, an important interview of Francine's with the managing director of the IMF tomorrow. Let me get to a data check right now. We look at markets that have ebbed away from the NASDAQ enthusiasm seen 2 hours ago, still up 0.5% on the NASDAQ as it exploded yesterday. Of course, that Apple meeting at 1 p.m. Eastern time, as I've said before, just my considered amateur opinion, it's different this time around. This is a meeting that will really have to live up to the huge expectations of the technology crew and the fanboys. Yields come in. No question about that. The 10-year yield in 3 basis points, 0.74, and a 30-year bond, 1.53 as well. The International Monetary Fund about an hour ago out with their report, and it's real simple. The 2020 call is maybe a little less grim than what we saw in April, but I'll tell you, the 2021 view is cautious. And that means it will always be a good time to speak with Geeta Gopinath of IMF chief economist. Geeta Gopinath here goes beneath those headlines that we saw in the acclaimed Blue Book of the IMF. So you can look for that as well in our 10 o'clock hour. Please stay with us on Bloomberg Radio and on Bloomberg Television. Good morning.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Juzi from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
From New York and London for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the Open starts right now, 30 minutes away from the opening bell, with equity futures slightly negative on the S&P. We're flying on the NASDAQ, and we begin with the big issue. Earnings season begins.
The setup in the earnings season is great.
We are very close to again to near record highs.
Investors have sort of been held back by just this very boring debate on fiscal stimulus.
Overall, I think the investors are largely looking past this earnings season.
Driving markets going forward will be optimism about earnings.
We could see positive earnings year over year for tech and definitely healthcare.
The expectations are so low right now.
The big wild card here is going to be consumer.
Corporate earnings have hit the bottom.
The low point for bank earnings was likely the second quarter of this year.
We're going to be stunned by the degree of earnings upgrades that we see.
It only gets better from that admittedly very low point.
Earnings season is going to be great.
The big banks kicking off earnings season on a high note. Citigroup posting its biggest quarterly profit of the pandemic as JP Morgan reports a surprise increase in earnings. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Shonali Basak, shall we? Good morning to you, Shonali. Your early take, please.
Good morning, John. And you're seeing investors react to the bright side of these earnings, with both stocks up in the pre-market. Citigroup and JP Morgan up almost the same amount. But remember, Citigroup sold off more than 42% on the year compared with 26% at JP Morgan. The loan losses did come in a lot less than expected. But if you take a look at both of these banks, you're seeing a different story in terms of how well JP Morgan is performing on the investment bank. Much bigger jump in increase there than you've seen at Citigroup. Citigroup is starting its call with the media as we speak, and they will have to answer the questions as to whether they're losing or gaining share in some of those businesses. You also see a much bigger divergence in the consumer businesses here, a much bigger drop at Citigroup's business. But I do want to point us back to the bright side here, because analysts and Wall Street are looking at the fact that perhaps the economy is not doing as bad as they initially expected. We're seeing Michael Corbat saying that the credit losses are stabilizing, and we're seeing Jamie Dimon saying that the provisions are better. Their expectations for unemployment and GDP have gotten a little bit better on the margin. But again, Jamie Dimon this morning on the call with media sounding the alarm for a greater stimulus package needed. Otherwise, we may see a lot more pain ahead.
It seems, though, at the moment, Shonali, the good news is that the major provision build is behind us. And naturally, whenever we get through the first couple of names, we start thinking about the read across to the other big banks. What's the read across at the moment for you, Shonali?
Right now, the consumer businesses are doing a little bit better, except remember, loans are down. Net interest income is down, so there's still sore spots. And even as deposits rise, deposit margins have been decreasing as well. So I wouldn't get too excited, because analysts are already asking about what's the future outlook for these businesses in a pretty bleak environment for growth. So, John, still a lot of pain ahead, but as Mike Mayo had told you, perhaps the worst is over.
Shonali, great work. As always, Shonali's week starting big time this morning with bank earnings rolling in. We'll catch up with Shonali in about 30 minutes' time, breaking down the numbers at the opening bell and getting you some insight into some of those calls. The price action shaping up as follows. 27 minutes out from that open, equity futures down 0.4 on the S&P 500. NASDAQ 100 futures were up big a couple of hours ago. We fade that. We're still positive by about 41 points on the NASDAQ. We advance about a third of 1% there. So that's the price action in the equity market. Here's a take from RBC's Gerard Cassidy, expecting the pandemic's containment policies to impact bank earnings this quarter, and writing the following. The upcoming results will be confusing, sloppy and surprising for some banks, but our outlook is cautiously optimistic as we expect the economy to continue to gain momentum into the end of the year. I'm pleased to say that Gerard joins us now for more. Gerard, let's start with your words. Confusing, sloppy and surprising. What was confusing, sloppy and or surprising about what we've seen this morning?
John, I think what's confusing and sloppy is that nobody knows, and we're hearing this on the call with JP Morgan as we speak, nobody knows how impactful the stimulus plan has been to these very strong credit numbers we're seeing. We know that the economy is recovering, and we're not certain just yet whether the economy can stand on its own 2 feet and continue to deliver these strong credit numbers. So that's the real confusion here. And I think, granted, these are good numbers. The credit numbers are very strong, but there is a little bit of confusion on a go-forward basis on how important the second stimulus will be to the economy.
So, Gerard, are we sitting here and saying, even for the banks, their outlook right now is just dependent on whatever happens next in Washington, D.C.?
It is partly dependent upon that. Absolutely, John. I think what we have to look at is we've always pointed out that banks are products of their economy. So if the U.S. economy, as you know, is going to have some incredible growth in the third quarter, but that's more of a mathematical exercise to the second quarter. But if we start to see 2 to 4% real GDP growth in the fourth quarter and first quarter of next year, then we're going to start to see the all clear signal for the banks to be able to grow. And that is going to be the challenge for 21, is growing those top line revenues.
We heard from the IMF around about 35 minutes ago, for whatever their projections are worth, a shallower recession, but a shallower recovery through 21. I want to read you the words of Jamie Dimon 3 months ago today. Basically 3 months ago precisely, last quarter, Gerard, when he said this is not a normal recession, the recessionary part of this you're going to see down the road. You will see the effect of this recession. You're just not going to see it right away because of all the stimulus. Gerard, have we seen any of it yet?
That's John. In bank earnings, we have, because the provision for loan losses has been so elevated due to the new accounting procedures that the banks use. And so I think peak provisions are behind us. So the earnings have been definitely impacted by this recession because of the higher provisions. But the credit losses, we have not seen a material pickup as we normally would have seen if it wasn't for these stimulus programs.
So you and I would often have a conversation about loan growth, where we are sequentially, quarter on quarter, year on year. Let's talk about that, Gerard, and let's also talk about how profitable those loans are going to be. Gerard, walk me through it at the moment.
What we're going to see, John, is that the organic loan growth has been actually flat to down, and that's to be expected in a recession. What you saw in the earlier part of the year from loan growth were the government PPP loans, the Paycheck Protection Program loans, and as well as the corporate lines of credit being drawn down. The lines of credit are now being repaid. The PPP loans are being used. So the actual organic growth is going to be flat to down through the end of the year, in our view, which is very normal during a recessionary period. As the economy grows, we expect to see loan growth start to pick up. And historically, John, loan growth tends to track the nominal GDP growth number. So if we get nominal GDP growth of 4 to 5%, seeing 2 to 3% loan growth next year is not unreasonable.
Gerard, these banks are still making money. And I think the question of this morning is, where is the money going to go if the buyback plans have been suspended? I don't think the right question is to work out what the rest of the year looks like. It's to work out what 2021 looks like, Gerard, for the capital return programs of these huge names. Have you got any projections right now?
Yes, we do. As you know, John, and you pointed it out, the Fed has put in the temporary suspension of buybacks similar to what they did in the third quarter, and they've limited the dividend payments as well to the average of the prior 4-quarter earnings, which is not going to be a problem for most of the banks. But we do expect the Fed to lift that temporary order. It could be lifted as soon as the first quarter if these numbers continue to improve the way you're seeing them. So I think we're and other investors are expecting the buybacks to be restarted next year. In our models, we're putting them in the second half of the year. But if the strength of the economy continues and the numbers continue to look like what we're seeing today, I think the buybacks may start in the first part of next year rather than the second half.
Do you expect to see stronger, more aggressive cost cutting going along with that as well, Gerard? Because quite clearly in the last few quarters, there's been a real stigma attached to doing that. And now there's a real boldness in the C-suite that I think we can all identify, where people feel a little bit more confident about making the decision to cut. Do you see the aggressive cuts?
Yes, we do. And you put your thumb on it. We've seen this in past downturns as well. So it's taking a page out of the old playbooks. And then we're already seeing some of the banks announce. Fifth Third, for example, announced a major cost-cutting program about a month ago. We expect to see more of that as the banks look to improve their profitability in a slower revenue growth environment by cutting costs. And on top of that, when you take a look at the digitalization of banking, there's no need for the number of branches that the United States banking industry has today. And you're going to see more branch closures and consolidations because customers are just not using branches as much as they did 5 years ago.
And that's certainly accelerated through this pandemic, Gerard. Just a final word from you, please, sir. JP Morgan up in the pre-market by a little more than 1%. Citi up by 0.9%, 20 minutes away from the opening bell. Later in the week, we'll hear from more names. Who have you got your eye on, Gerard, specifically in a more constructive way going into reporting season?
I think everybody should keep an eye on Bank of America. You know, they are a big consumer lender. You saw the numbers today. They're very similar to a JP Morgan. And then on top of that, you need to look at Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley obviously is going to benefit from the strong capital markets business. So those would be two distinct names to keep an eye on. And on the regional side, we take a look at Truist. Truist is the merger between BB&T and SunTrust, and they've been putting up some good numbers, and we expect that to continue in the third quarter.
Gerard, lucky to get you on the programme today. I know you're super busy, so thank you for your time, sir. Gerard Cassidy there of RBC, 20 minutes away from the opening bell with equity futures down 0.4 on the S&P 500. Big gains on the Nasdaq fading as we move closer to the cash open. At the market desk with your movers, here's Abigail.
Well, John, we certainly had big gains yesterday for the Nasdaq 100, up 3%, outperforming its best day since the middle of April, and that had everything to do with big tech. So the strength is fading a little bit this morning, but nonetheless, we do still have some strength here. And the big winner yesterday, Apple, up more than 6%. Right now, up about 0.7% ahead of their iPhone event, that virtual event, the reveal of new iPhones. Amazon.com up about 0.5%, up 0.6% as their Prime event starts. And we have some strength of the chips today. Micron getting a boost from Deutsche Bank, raising their rating to buy on DRAM demand, expected to be strong. And Intel is up after Gartner put out a report talking about the strongest decade for PC buying in more than a decade on the trends around the pandemic. So as you point out, that tech strength is fading, but there is still some green on the screen, at least right now, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up on the programme, the election and its impact on markets. That conversation coming up with CEO Chris Mayer of Ocean First, the president returning to the campaign trail.
Now they say I'm immune. I feel so powerful. I'll walk into that audience. I'll walk in there. I'll kiss everyone in that audience. I'll kiss the guys and the beautiful women and everybody. I'll just give you a big fat kiss.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
are doing better by far than we ever did in 2016. We're going to have, if it's possible, an even greater and more important victory than we had just 4 years ago. We are more successful now than we've ever been before. Take a look at what's going on with our economy. We're about to hit another stock market record, 401ks.
President Trump firing up the base during a rally in Florida as Vice President Biden delivers a much different message in Detroit.
Unemployment is way up due to the pandemic and the terrible way in which it's been handled. Folks are worried about making the next mortgage payment or the rent payment. They see the people at the very top doing better than they ever have, while they're left to wonder, who's looking out for me? That's Donald Trump's presidency.
21 days remaining until the election, 3 weeks away. The president touring key swing states where recent polling shows him trailing in Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida and Pennsylvania. Bloomberg Chief Washington correspondent Kevin Cerruti joins us now from Capitol Hill. Good morning to you, Kevin.
Good morning, Jonathan. Here on Capitol Hill, all eyes on Judge Amy Coney Barrett. But for the Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee, they're playing, well, both teams here and trying to confirm Judge Amy Coney Barrett, but also trying to navigate some treacherous political waters that show President Trump with a significant trailage in the polls behind Vice President Joe Biden. So the tension really palpable here in the halls of Congress, Jonathan.
Kevin, for individuals that don't watch the show just before this, with myself, Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, this is what it sounds like most days. I go through the polls, and then Tom pushes back aggressively against them. I did this earlier. Lisa laughed, as she traditionally does on that programme. I'll do it again with you. The Siena College New York Times polls, 8-point lead in Michigan for the former Vice President Joe Biden. Wisconsin, 10-point lead. These were the swing states, the battlegrounds for President Trump that he won by really narrow margins back in 2016. When you put these numbers to the Republican campaign, what comes back at you, Kevin?
They want to have a hot red turnout on Election Day. And in fact, I think that's why you're seeing President Trump barnstorming across several states, whether it's in Florida, Iowa, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. He feels that if he shows up, that he can get all the local media coverage and that he can really drown the conversation out and really force many Republicans who were disenfranchised with the Republican establishment party of yesteryear, that he can mobilize that and have them show up to the polls. In contrast, the Biden campaign is banking that they are going to be able to get and pull away some of those old establishment-type Republicans who are a bit skeptical of the way the president has communicated his message. It's really why Biden came out yesterday and said that he was not in favor of packing the Supreme Court with additional judges. That was a clear calculation, I'm told, on behalf of the Biden campaign to try to win over suburbanites and really a show of confidence that they feel they have the base of their party firmed up and that they'll turn out for them on November 3rd and in the mail-in ballots.
And put to bed a perceived area of weakness as well. Kevin, great to catch up, sir. Looking sharp. Kevin Cerruti there from Capitol Hill. Thank you, sir. Ocean First CEO Chris Mayer recommending investors pay close attention to the congressional races and not just the presidential election, writing the following. While a lot of the discussion and focus is on the White House, the Senate may be equally important to markets as it will determine the degree of policy room for whomever wins the White House. Joining us now, I'm pleased to say, is Chris. Chris, you've gone through three phases here: pre-election, post-election, post-pandemic. Let's just deal with pre-election, post-election at the moment. Your thoughts on how to navigate this at the moment?
Sure. I think we can expect, and good morning, John. Great to be with you. I think we can expect between now and the election a lot of that speculative movement based on the news cycle, whether it's a poll or an issue that comes up where you see a swing back and forth and people handicapping who may win on one side or the other. And that repositioning is just going to be a trading opportunity. It's not really a long-term investing opportunity. And that'll distinguish itself from, I think, once we know the outcome of the election. And, be careful. This Bush versus Gore, it took 35 days for us to understand the outcome for the election, and we may have a similar time period here. Again, that would be marked by speculation.
Chris, it's amazing how the speculation has swirled on Wall Street, beyond Wall Street, given there's hardly anyone there at the moment, but you know where I'm going. Over the last couple of weeks, the narrative flip has just been incredible. The focus was exactly what you described. Then in the last couple of weeks, it shifted to a blue wave and all the good stuff that could possibly mean for markets without thinking about the potential tax hikes. Chris, that's the market conversation. You've got real corporate clients. Can you walk me through what those conversations sound like right now?
Sure. I think everyone's looking for a reason to be optimistic, and our clients are the same way. I think the difference is that while if you look at the markets in Wall Street, they can find an argument on either side. Our clients, commercial entities, are looking for a way to make decisions in the short term. And if you don't know where tax policy is going, if you don't know which sectors may be favored by a new administration, that can become an issue. And that was my point about the Senate. We need to see exactly how much change we may be through. Is this going to be, working around the edges of our policies economically, or extremely strong fundamental change? And that's going to change the way our clients make investments and put capital to work.
Across the various sectors that you cover in that client base, Chris, where are the worries more pronounced about unwinding the Trump tax cuts?
Yeah, so I think that if you look at the tax-advantaged industries, so there could be, for example, energy has a lot of tax advantages. That's where you're going to start to see maybe some speculation around long-term earnings. I think on the other side, look, financial sector, I run a bank. Our industry typically has very few tax advantages, so we pay very close to the statutory rate. So if the statutory rate goes up, most banks are going to pay higher taxes. And I think that's been one of the headwinds in the bank investing market this year.
Chris, let's finish on the banks. The story of this morning is about loan loss provisions, particularly JP Morgan being much smaller than anticipated. The truth is, as Gerard Cassidy of RBC pointed out, they are the provisions, maybe the big builders behind us, but the losses are ahead of us. Chris, from what you see at the moment, who isn't getting paid, and when are we going to start to see those losses?
Yeah, so the first thing, let me say about the losses. In any recession, you see the actual credit charge-offs being pretty far removed from the recession itself. So if you go back to 2008, you saw peak charge-offs in 2010. So it takes a little while to work things through, especially in many states. There are restrictions on foreclosures, understandably so. Or even evictions in commercial buildings. So it takes a little while for the losses to show up. But especially, as your former guest noted, under CECL, we're required to take those provisions as soon as we can estimate them. And I think for most banks, you're going to see either the second or the third quarter was probably peak provisions. And it depends a little bit on whether you had a consumer portfolio or a commercial portfolio, because the consumer portfolios are a little bit easier to handicap in the short term, where on the commercial side, you really need to get through individual borrowers and understand how their business is going to react. So, but I think whether it's second quarter, third quarter, it certainly looks that by the end of the year, credit will be kind of in the rearview mirror, and we'll be looking forward to margins and growth and the issues for next year.
Chris, just a final question from me on the loan loss provisions. Quite clearly, the South side has had difficulty estimating those provisions, looking at where they were relative to the actual number that came out from JP Morgan. How difficult is it for you guys to actually estimate how much you need to put to one side?
It's incredibly difficult, especially in this market where we've all given a certain amount of forbearance to our customers. That's kind of like an anesthesia for the patient. You can't tell how good the patient's doing. So you have to work through that, and the forbearances kind of roll off, and most of them in October for many banks. And that's where you're seeing the true performance of the portfolio. So it may take a little while more. It may be a third quarter peak in provisions for some banks. But I think it does get, we figure out exactly where things are by year end in almost all institutions.
Chris, don't be a stranger. Got to catch up around the election result. Chris Mayer, whatever that might be, of course, from Ocean First. Thank you, sir. Coming up, the analyst action you need to know. That'll be next in our morning calls. And later, we're previewing Apple's highly anticipated iPhone 12 release with the wonderful Evercore's Amit Daryanani. Looking forward to that chat. Coming up right here on Bloomberg.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
Five minutes away from the opening bell, equity futures slightly negative, down 12 on the S&P, off by 1/3%. The rally in Nasdaq futures this morning fading a little bit as well. That's the price action. Here are the morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. Susquehanna downgrading American Airlines to negative, $8 price target. The analysts seeing uncertainty surrounding the recovery, with risks increasingly skewed to the downside. Goldman upgrading Exxon to neutral, $36 price target. The analysts saying that investor concerns are justified, but those risks are now priced into shares following some big underperformance. And your third and final call from Deutsche Bank, upgrading Micron to a buy, $60 price target. The analyst expressing a more positive view towards memory chips, with industry checks suggesting a pickup in demand. Micron stock up by 2.3% going into the open. Up next, Apple, the biggest product launch of the year. And we do that with Evercore's Amit Daryanani.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
Show me an index in the green, and I'll find you an equity bull to tell you a nice story about why we're there. I've got no idea what the Nasdaq was doing in the last 24 hours. We had a little bit of weight to it going into the cash open, up 53 on Nasdaq futures. We advanced 0.4% on the S&P. Slightly negative, down 9, off by a quarter, 5 seconds away from your opening bell, which you hear already. Switch up the board in the bond market. CPI behind us, PPI ahead of us. That's tomorrow morning. Claims on Thursday, retail sales on Friday. Bid into the bond market, treasury market reopen. We get back to work. We're down 3 basis points on a 10-year to 0.74%. Dollar strength against the euro, weaker euro, 117.67, down 0.4%. And crude, a 40 handle again, up by almost 2 percentage points on the session. That's the cross-asset price action this Tuesday at the market desk with your movers. Back with us. Here's Abigail.
John, it's very interesting that divergence that you were noting between the Dow and the S&P 500 being lower, the NASDAQ higher. So we have a few leaders and many laggards to take a look at as well. So starting out with the leaders, Disney is popping higher. This, of course, on yesterday's announcement to reorganize their structure and put more focus on streaming. Their film and TV studios will take over Disney Plus, and movies will be released through Disney Plus going forward until there's more normal movie theater action. BlackRock, the asset manager, put up a very strong third quarter, double-digit beat on both the top and bottom lines. They also have now record assets under management of $7.81 billion. That stock into today, up more than 20%, in contrast to the money center banks, all down, perhaps helping to explain why Morgan Stanley's James Gorman recently did acquire Eaton Vance, or made that move. Johnson & Johnson down. They put up a good quarter, but they have halted their COVID-19 vaccine trials as one patient has unexpectedly gotten sick. And then finally, Royal Caribbean plunging down 8.2%. They are raising another $1 billion, John, to help them survive during this time period where boats aren't in the water for the most part.
Abigail, thank you. Thank you very much. 1 minute, 40 seconds into the session. Equities down on the S&P by 0.1%. On the NASDAQ, we advance 1/3 of 1%. Big Tech looking to extend its rally to a 5th session after recording its best day of gains since April, keeping the rotation into value on hold for just a little bit longer. Chris Harvey of Wells Fargo weighing in.
You've seen some of the Uber caps really underperform month to date. You have some really positive news, or potentially positive news, coming out of some of your Uber caps, whether it's Apple or Amazon. And so they're beginning to balance. The other thing is you still have a fair amount of retail money in the marketplace, and those are names that are fairly well-known and well-loved by the retail names.
Bloomberg's Sarah Ponczek joins us now for more. Sarah, it just felt like August light, didn't it? That's what yesterday felt like. What was it?
Right. It did feel a bit August light, and some investors were pointing out the fact that it was almost deja vu once again. I mean, the persistence of these NASDAQ gains continue to be amazing to watch. Since September 23rd, the NASDAQ is now up about 12%. There you can see up about 8%, I guess, for now. At the same time, consider the fact that ever since that antitrust report was released last week, the NASDAQ has gained every single day and added about $1 trillion in market cap. So why the optimism? Now, there's a couple theories out there. One, you look at product events. You have Amazon Prime Day today, also an Apple product launch. Some also say mean reversion. Think about the beginning of the month. The NASDAQ actually underperformed the Russell 2000 by 6 percentage points. Usually gaps of that level have really seen reversals then follow. Some point to politics, fiscal stimulus, but of course there's also the options market, and that is what is August light. So last month, SoftBank was revealed as the, quote, NASDAQ whale. However, yesterday, in an interview with Bloomberg at the Milken Institute's virtual conference, the CEO of SoftBank Investment Advisors came out and said, quote, SoftBank is not even a dolphin, let alone a whale. He also threw cold water on the idea that SoftBank has the ability to move markets, to move the NASDAQ. And that kind of jives with this idea that maybe it's not SoftBank. It's actually smaller day traders, because what they're doing is they are buying these shorter dated call options that thereby force dealers to do delta hedging, and that can then lead to an increase. So we have seen stock options volume in single stocks much higher than at the benchmark level. If you were to look at Microsoft, Apple, for example, compared to that of options volume in QQQ, that large ETF. So that is the talk on the street right now, that what we are experiencing is a gamma squeeze. However, at the same time, we do have earnings on board. That'll come up starting mid-next week into the following week. We'll hear from the likes of those major mega cap tech names, ending out on October 29th with the last two. That'll be Facebook and Apple then, John.
Is the tail wagging the dog? The question we asked through much of September and out of August. Sarah, fantastic work, as always. Tremendous. 5 minutes into the session, Apple down by about 1% in the early part of trading. Yesterday, up just massive, up by a little more than 6%, unveiling its latest 5G iPhone today at its highly anticipated launch event. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives calling it the most significant product cycle since the iPhone 6 back in 2014. The virtual event kicking off at 1 p.m. Eastern from Apple's Cupertino headquarters as the company enters its busiest sales quarter. Joining us ahead of that, good friend, our correspondent, Ed Ludlow from San Francisco. Morning, Ed. Early morning for you, sir. What are you looking out for later?
Good morning. Investor expectations are high for this generation of iPhones, John. Look, we're expecting 4 new models that sources say will include Apple's own A14 processor, much faster processing power, new squared offside rather than curved, upgraded cameras, split across 2 high-end and 2 low-end models. And it's actually going to be the broadest variety of screen sizes that Apple has ever offered on the iPhone. But the main ticket here, John, is 5G. You see the first major redesign in years, coupled with the promises of higher speeds that 5G brings. Many analysts see that spurring an upgrade cycle, right, where users of older generations of phones setting Apple up for significantly higher unit shipments in 2021. Sources have told Bloomberg that Apple has asked its suppliers to build around 80 million units to ship in 2020, a pretty bullish sign of demand, that iPhone demand's holding up right amidst the global pandemic, amidst the recession that has caused. And we know all about Apple's broader ambitions around content and services, but at the end of the day, iPhone still generates around 50% of Apple's revenue, and that can climb to as much as 60% in the holiday quarter. With those 5G speeds, of course, Apple will be hoping to get a boost in its services sales growth. If there's one cause for concern, John, sources have told Bloomberg that in testing, Apple employees have found that this new generation of iPhones here in the US has actually not yielded that much faster connection speeds with the current 5G network. And we got a survey overnight from Piper Sandler that found only 10% of the respondents that they surveyed actually plan to buy or upgrade to a 5G phone this fall. And of course, some of them are citing budget constraints. We know from Apple's fiscal third quarter that stimulus was a big driver of demand. So that's a question going into this holiday quarter. Will the price points make this an attractive product for the US and Chinese consumers as well?
Just slow down the old ones. Not saying they do that, of course. I'm not implying that. Ed Ludlow on the West Coast. Ed, thank you, sir. Evercore's Amit Daryanani expecting Apple to continue rallying with demand for products remaining robust. Amit joins us now over the phone. Outperform rating on the stock, 135 price target. Amit, let's start with the hardware, sir. What are you looking for a little bit later today?
Yep. Good morning, guys. So, our expectation, you're going to get the 4 iPhone launch, 4 models come out today. The expectations are obviously very high for these devices, given how well the stock is done. I understand the price sensitivity everyone's going to have, but I do think eventually what's going to matter, at least on the event today, is what the price points look like, what the battery life looks like for these phones, and then eventually as these phones really come out to the market, I do think carrier promotion, carrier subsidies, and Apple's own financing and trade-ins could have a very big factor in terms of what end demand looks like over here.
Amit, my colleague Ed mentioned the upgrade cycle. You and I talk about that seemingly every time we speak. How pent up is that demand to upgrade into this one?
Yeah, so iPhone replacement, from the data we have analyzed, would suggest average consumers holding the iPhone for pretty close to 4 years at this point. PCs are held for north of 5 years as a perspective, right? So north of 4 years, it's probably the highest level we've seen in about 7-8 years for iPhones. And I would argue the one thing we've all kind of witnessed through the pandemic is we've been using these devices extensively. So 5G or no 5G, I do think more people would be inclined to upgrade their new phones to the new phones, given how heavy the utilization rates on these have been so far.
Amit, what's the Apple One bundle? What's that all about?
At the end of the day, I think a big part of Apple's narrative has been how do we monetize the iOS install base to users more extensively? And what the Apple One bundle simplicity does is gives you, things like Apple Music, iCloud, and so on in one form, in one format, for a lower price, $19.99 is the family bundle. Essentially, the incentive would be if you're an Apple user and you use iCloud but not Apple Music, perhaps this is a way and an incentive for you to shift away from a Spotify or something else towards the Apple ecosystem.
Keeps us all in the ecosystem, and it leads us to the regulatory question, Amit. Apple really wasn't part of that conversation in a big way, and I'm speaking relatively, until recently. Is that starting to look like maybe a weakness on the horizon, Amit?
This is always a concern for Apple, but as much in the U.S. as it's in Europe and other parts of the world, I do think, to the extent you have events like the Epic lawsuits happen, it does create some degree of public fear, or at least stock fear, in terms of is Apple forced to separate something around services or take a lower take rate on the App Store? So I do think it's a risk. I would argue it's perhaps somewhat more of a headline risk versus a real risk to the business. And to your point, when you look at the regulatory filings, Apple is a distant fourth out of the four companies that they all talk about typically.
Amit, just a final question from me. From an analyst perspective, from a personal perspective as well for you, when you see a stock move like yesterday and you see market participants coming up with these neat, elegant stories about huge option activity, market makers needing to buy the underlying, you have this situation where volatility is going up, the market's rising too, and everyone comes together and puts these very nice stories together as to why certain things are happening. Amit, what's your take as an analyst on the company when you see a $2 trillion name move 6% seemingly on nothing? What do you say to clients, Amit?
It's a very fair question. I think one of the lessons with Apple over the years has been you want to always own this name into big product cycles, into big product launches, and certainly you have one of the more sizable product launches coming out today. So I suspect there's a big element of excitement around these products that are coming out and what the demand would look like on the other side of it that's driven the stock higher. But this is not terribly different, I would argue, from what you've seen historically. It hasn't been a $2 trillion market cap company, but the stock has typically done well into product launches.
I just love that they get really excited on the Monday, as if it's a surprise. Amit, great to catch up, sir. I'll leave you alone, I promise. Busy day for you. Amit Daryanani there of Evercore. JP Morgan actually down now in early tradings, 12 minutes into the session. We're off by 0.6%. Listening in on the call, Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. What are you hearing, Sonali?
It's interesting that they're down now, John, because Wall Street, as we know, was very excited in the morning when we saw such lower loan loss provisioning. There is some bad news going into the end of next year. That is delinquencies rising at the beginning of next year, charge-offs coming in toward the end of next year. But the one question that analysts kept on going back to is the rate headwinds that JP Morgan might be facing and how they may react to it, how much it would offset these tremendous gains we've been seeing at the investment bank. Jamie Dimon and CFO Jen Pipsack made absolutely clear that they are not about to change their business model on what Jen Pipsack called temporary rate headwinds. Now, this is going to be important, as we know, for Bank of America tomorrow as well. That just creates so much of its revenue from its loan businesses.
Looking forward to the coverage, Sonali, through the week with Sonali Basak on top of the Wall Street earnings for Q3. Coming up, Europe tightening restrictions as the race for a COVID vaccine hits a little bit of a setback for J&J. That conversation on the economy with Mark Zandi of Moody's Analytics coming up next on Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected
as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Sixteen minutes into the session, equities turning just a little bit lower, down a third of 1% on both the S&P 500 and on the Nasdaq as well. With the sector price action back with us, here's Abigail.
John, with those very small declines for the major averages, not surprisingly, the sector composition beneath the surface, neutral to a tad risk off. If we go into the Bloomberg and use the IMAP, it's going to look more risk off than it is, mainly because most sectors are lower, but the declines are relatively small. On bottom, the rate-sensitive sectors, utilities, interestingly, down, real estate down, too. And I say interesting because we have yields on bonds down. That would typically make the dividends look more attractive. On top, we have the communication services sector being helped out by Disney, that stock popping, helping that sector be one of the top sectors on the day. And then over the last 5 days with yesterday's big tech rally, that's where it's at. The big sectors over the last 5 days, and this really is a reflection of yesterday, mainly, John, discretionary, think Amazon.com, tech, think Apple and Microsoft, communication services, Facebook, Alphabet, along with Disney, and then the financials trying to peek in there. It's going to be interesting to see, of course, what happens during this earnings week. But over the last 5 days, financials, the fourth best sector.
Abigail, thank you. Let's turn to healthcare, shall we? Johnson & Johnson topping earnings estimates and boosting its outlook for the second time this year. The strong results coming just a day after temporarily halting its COVID vaccine trials following an unexplained illness. J&J writing in a statement the following. Following our guidelines, the participant's illness is being reviewed and evaluated. Adverse events, illnesses, accidents, etc., even those that are serious, are an expected part of any clinical survey, especially large studies. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Kelly Lyons for more, shall we? Hey, Kaylee.
Hey, John. Well, we don't have many specifics on this illness at this point, just that it's being evaluated, and J&J is promising to reveal more details after further investigation. But what's notable is that this isn't the first time we've seen something like this happen. AstraZeneca just last month had to pause its own vaccine candidate trial due to an unexplained illness. Granted, that study has resumed in a number of countries, but it is still halted in the U.S. Both of these instances, John, could contribute to concern about safety as companies rush at unprecedented speed to deliver a vaccine. Remember, both J&J and AstraZeneca received grants from Operation Warp Speed. It's the U.S. government initiative to get a vaccine as soon as possible. Urgency, really the name of the game here, John, as we see a resurgence in virus cases all over the world. And as a result, in Europe, you're starting to see many tightening restrictions. The U.K. Prime Minister Boris Johnson just putting in restrictions on bars and restaurants yesterday. Similar scenario playing out in Italy, France, and the Netherlands expected to do so as well. And that is starting to weigh on sentiment, John.
Kelly Lyons, thank you very much. Mark Zandi of Moody's Analytics discussing the connection between the pandemic and the recovery, writing, quote, the most serious blow to the economy will be the failure of Trump and Congress to agree on more help for those hit hardest by the pandemic. There is a clear relationship between the healthcare crisis it has created and the economic crisis. More infections results in a weaker economy. Mark joins us now over the phone. Mark, great to touch base with you, sir. I would love your view on what you think is happening with this relationship at the moment, not just in the United States, but across Europe right now, because we're living it.
Yeah, not good. The trend lines here don't look very good. We are seeing infections start to rise throughout much of Europe and increasingly throughout much of the United States. And the healthcare professionals obviously are warning us that given the colder weather, people going indoors, more likely to see more infections going forward. So the healthcare crisis, the pandemic rages on, and obviously the headwind to the economy is quite significant as a result.
It's worrying, Mark, because it's October 13th. It's not November. It's not December. It's not the depths of flu season. Here we are in October, staring down fall, and we're already looking at these issues. For you, Mark, the conversation on Wall Street is pretty simple. It's if we'll get a stimulus package, and overwhelmingly my guests say we will. For economists, it's more about the when and the substance of that package, and the longer we wait, the more damage we will do. Can you speak to that, Mark?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've had the headwind of the pandemic, but we've had a very powerful tailwind from policy, both monetary policy. Obviously, global central banks have been very aggressive in responding to the crisis, and fiscal policy. Governments across the globe, here in the U.S., obviously in Europe, very aggressive response, all very good. But right now here in the U.S., we're debating how much and whether we should provide any more fiscal support, and I think that's a mistake in the context of the pandemic that's still raging. And the longer we wait to provide that support, that additional support, the more likely the economy, the recovery is going to stall out and even backtrack. So my sense is that if the administration and Congress can't get it together by December, January, we'll start to see some negative job numbers and rising unemployment. So very significant mistake here being made by policymakers. Fortunately, in Europe, governments obviously I'm painting with a broad brush, but broadly speaking, they're continuing to provide support, and that's clearly the right thing to do in the context of this ongoing pandemic.
Mark, just on the fiscal aid in the United States, one thing I'm still struggling to get my hands around is how much aid is still in the tank. We saw savings absolutely explode. Clearly, not all that money was spent over the last several months for much of this year. Mark, how much is left?
It's gone. It's largely, almost totally expired. I mean, all the supplemental unemployment insurance benefits, that expired back in July. The Paycheck Protection Program money for small businesses, that's gone. Of course, the stimulus checks, the bulk of that was sent out back in April and May. Now, you do still have people who have saved that money, but, generally those are higher income households that didn't need to spend it. It's the lower income households that blew through that stimulus money and don't really have anything in the tank, as you say.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, Mark, the consumers and how much money they've actually got left to spend. And I'm trying to understand from your perspective, we avoided an income shock becoming an income crisis and turning into a huge deleveraging process for many companies and the bankruptcies that could have been a whole lot worse. Do you think this time around the nature of the next dip, so to speak, if we don't get the stimulus, could be quite different?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think a lot of businesses were able to kind of sort of navigate through, piece it together with the PP money. Of course, consumers were able to hang in there to some degree because they got all that income support from the government. Now, this go around, particularly if the pandemic intensifies here and infections rise, and we have to go back to limiting business activity, it's going to be very difficult for these businesses to make it through. We'll see more business failure. And the scarring effects, as economists say, will be much more significant, make it much more difficult for the economy to get back on track and to get back to full employment on the other side of the pandemic. So you're absolutely right. The second time at this may not be nearly as graceful as the first go-around because we're just not getting that support.
Mark, I'd love to get you back soon, just ahead of the election, and talk about some of the scenarios that you're looking through, because I know you've done a tremendous amount of work on that, and we touched on it the last time we caught up. Mark Zandi there of Moody's Analytics. Coming up on this programme, the market-moving events you need to be watching through the rest of this week. Your trading diary coming up from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on so you can keep on.
The second half will be a lot stronger than the first half in China. We're heading to what we call the golden season of auto sales.
We are very confident, we're going to have another big growth 2021 versus 2020.
We did not see people kind of holding back.
Chinese customers are into, right now, buying individual mobility.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
"25 minutes in, just a small move lower on the S&P 500, down a third. The Nasdaq off by a little more than 0.1%. Time now for the trading diary. Happening right now, Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett's Senate confirmation hearing. You can watch that on Bloomberg at Live Go. A little bit later, Apple unveiling its latest iPhone. An online event at 1 p.m. Eastern. President Trump delivering remarks at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. That happens at 7. Bank of America and Goldman reporting earnings on Wednesday. Plus, Fed Vice Chairman Richard Klauder will be speaking. Morgan Stanley reporting on Thursday, and we'll get another round of initial jobless claims. And finally on Friday, we get US retail sales to close out the week. From London and New York, that does it for me. 26 minutes into the open, equities with a small move lower. This was the countdown to the open. Catch me on Twitter at FerroTV. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They move the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with LACWA.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril.
Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He's all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has coming here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He says things in life happens, you know. I'm here by myself.
So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. Jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a Juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on T-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats could face real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for
Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Brzezinski.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFaul.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor schoolteacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, capital USA, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强，就强调的硬件，强就强调的系统建设，这一方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们差。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们差。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, ValueAg, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The US was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the US commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and US states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lite-Brite comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits at different wavelengths. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. It's Sven Cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker, so when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blued能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Chigga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with Dat Stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man, just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chigga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chigga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chigga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. It's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and
it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a trigger like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the Connected Rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this?
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there, and if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connection devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Meron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what?
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるための、そういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lilly Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone is a girl, superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like,
Canada.
Is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Vinous.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Vinous?
Well, at Vinous, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Vinous is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was in his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over the head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yep.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose, out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that the there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
mean to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, this autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a
had
brand.
that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for
everyone.
everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers. The tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and you know, it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Tuesday, October 13, 2020. Carol Massar, along with Paul Sweeney, co-host of Bloomberg Surveillance and Bloomberg Markets. And you know, Paul, it's often about the economy in an election year. I think it's safe to say for investors right now, it's really about economic stimulus needed because of the virus, right? Because we're taking another leg down here.
Yeah, another leg down here. We had such a good move up in the market on speculation, in part that we were going to get some stimulus, but we just don't see it, Carol. And it seems like the White House and the Democrats and even some of the Republicans in the Senate really can't agree on much right here.
It's pretty shocking, especially just a few weeks out from the election. All right, we're going to cover all of this over the next few hours. Let's get a check, though, on that trading day. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Congratulations to the two of you. You come on the air. Stocks lows of the day right now. Stocks falling on speculation that a rally to a 6-week high has outpaced prospects for a quick end of the stalemate over economic stimulus. The Dow, the S&P, and now NASDAQ are all trading lower. Let's get right to the numbers. S&P down 26, a drop there of 0.8%. The Dow slumping 159 down 0.6. Nasdaq down 47, higher by 0.4%. Nasdaq have been trading higher, but now is lower. Apple out with new products and services. We've got Apple shares. They are trading lower as well. Apple down now by just about 3.5%. 10-year up 15, 30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold tumbling 1.7%. That is a drop of almost $33 the ounce at $18.89. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, $40.25 a barrel on WTI. So again, the focus on stimulus. Got to mention bank stocks, just a couple very briefly. J.P. Morgan and Citigroup reporting this morning. J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.6%. Citigroup tumbling 4.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And just as Charlie finishes up speaking, we have a headline crossing. President Trump seeking a plan to withdraw all U.S. forces from Somalia. So the headlines continuing on this Tuesday. Let's talk a little bit deeper about those markets. Let's set the Business Week agenda. Gina Martin Adams is with us, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, on the phone from New Jersey, and also Dave Wilson, our stocks editor at Bloomberg News. He's on the remote access from New Jersey as well. Hey, Gina, let's start with you. It really does feel like I know we've talked about this before, but the trade is really contingent on what's going on in Washington and, the possibility of more stimulus.
Yeah, I think that you're spot on. I think it's a combination of stimulus as well as vaccine progress or lack thereof, which really has the market captive. Underneath all of that, though, there is some interesting things happening with earnings. And so as we are sort of launching into earnings season, we've been focused on that. And I do think one of the underappreciated reasons stocks have rallied so far so fast over the last couple of weeks is we've been through a rare period of upward revision momentum headed into an earnings season. On almost all times quarterly in history, you see stock revisions going in, or estimate revisions going into earnings seasons are lower because companies obviously love to lower expectations so they can beat those expectations, and analysts comply by lowering their estimates. But that's not what we saw over the last month. We actually saw estimates move higher. So while I do think we're definitely going to remain captive to policy and vaccine news, earnings are going to play a part in the next few weeks as well.
Dave Wilson, it's interesting. I was looking at the banks coming out with numbers, and, the J.P. Morgan numbers, for me, obviously, and a lot of investors, kind of a bellwether kind of name for that sector. A little bit better than expected, but the commentary coming out of Jamie Dimon and team is still pretty darn cautious, isn't it?
Well, I mean, there is reason for that concern, especially with the lack of additional stimulus as an issue for a whole lot of consumers. So you can kind of understand the caution. And then beyond that, if you look at what happened in the third quarter, and not just at J.P. Morgan, but also at Citigroup, they really benefited from what was going on with their reserves for loan losses. Actually, J.P. Morgan cut its reserve rather than add to it.
That's what's wild, right?
Isn't it, though?
Yeah.
So, if the earnings and the revenue are beating estimates and, a big reason for that is what's going on with loan losses, well, then the concern is whether that's going to be done again next quarter or whether things are going to go in the other direction. Similar story at Citi, which took a bigger hit after its results came out. Smaller loan loss provision than analysts were expecting, at least the ones we surveyed here at Bloomberg. So, you look at what's going on in the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, you see the banks and the other financial companies among the worst performers on the day. So not the kind of start to earnings season that you would like, at least for the banks.
Right, exactly. And, as you said, Paul, sobering from Jamie Dimon, that one line where he said many won't survive another year of total lockdown. I mean, that is certainly worrisome. Gina, come on in on that, because I do wonder, I don't know, how much of what happens this year in the trading environment will determine what happens next year, or are the 2 years disconnected? Like, how do you see it?
Yeah, I think that what happens this year is meaningful for next year to the extent that we remain locked longer in 2020. It produces greater upside in 2021 is the way I see it. I mean, frankly, analysts are already anticipating a rough 2020 right through to the end. We're supposed to be in earnings recession. The financial sector certainly no different than the rest of the S&P 500, staying in earnings recession right through to 2021. So the worse it is now, the better it presumably gets in comps in 2021, and that's the bizarre reality of kind of swinging with the earnings cycle. I think, my interpretation of those comments is, yeah, sure, if we remain fully locked down, that's a problem, but we're not fully locked down right now. I think there's a lot of fear that we may have to go into greater lockdown over the course of the winter months, and that certainly is problematic for earnings going into the first quarter. But the reality of the situation is the third quarter was a lot stronger than the second quarter, and that's showing up in the broad S&P 500 earnings, even if the smaller regional banks are unable to participate because they're worried about loan losses. So I think it really is a mixed story, depending on what group you're in. But the broader story is the worse 2020 is, the better 2021 is anticipated to be. Right. And 2020 is already supposed to be so awful.
Yep.
That there's only been room for upward revision.
We're going to talk smaller regional banks, too, with Anton Schutz in just a few minutes, so we'll get a little bit of the lay down there.
Hey, Gina, one of the things we've been seeing, or I've been seeing in the marketplace, is this push-pull between, do I stick with my growthy big tech names that have gotten me this far, or do I try to be brave enough and look to the other side of this pandemic and the likelihood of a pretty rapid economic improvement, given, if nothing else, the easy comps, and then maybe I want to rotate into some cyclicals. How do you kind of view that discussion?
It is. It's quite a battle right now, and it's been going on for about a month and a half, where there is a lot of push-pull, to use your very correct wording, between sectors and styles. Certainly, if you look at small caps as a good example, over the last week, small caps have absolutely surged. And the surge has been driven by cyclical performance, super cyclical, doing significantly better, particularly in the industrial economy. The same happened about a month ago in the large cap index, but we've been back and forth in large caps ever since. I mean, people cannot let go of that tech exposure, and that's been tough. But in general, underlying the trend, I think you do see a little movement into cyclicals, trying to anticipate a better 2021.
I'm not a momentum chaser, but man, when you look at the differences in returns, it's hard not to kind of jump on that train. Hey, Dave, got 20 seconds. Quick tease for your chart coming up.
Well, you got banks kind of stumbling along as they've been today. That's nothing new. But you look at what's going on with the home builders, they've been taking off and setting records. What's that contrast about, and does it last?
All right, good stuff. Appreciate it, both of you. Dave Wilson, he'll be back a little bit later on. Gina Martin-Adams, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. And Paul, we've got a lot coming up over the next 4 hours. Big day for banks. We just touched on it a little bit, but we'll dig a little bit deeper. Big day for Apple.
Yes.
I'm kind of excited. I'm going to get a new phone eventually.
Yeah, and you're going to be 5G. This is, you talk to a lot of tech analysts and investors. They're saying super cycle potential here for this 5G phone. We'll see how that works in this world we now find ourselves in.
Yeah, we've got a great story also in the magazine, Politics, How Florida Seniors Could Seal President Trump's Fate on Election Night. It's a great story. And then we've got another one about a small businessman who really pivoted big time because of the virus, and he caught the attention of Amazon in the process. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Quick check on the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. One number that tells us a lot. Today's number, very easy, is 1. Peru opening up Machu Picchu to a single Japanese tourist. Jesse Takayama had his ticket to enter the UNESCO World Heritage Site on March 16th when the government decided to close the site. This is according to CNN. Takayama was stranded and rented an apartment in a nearby town for 7 months, and for his perseverance, he was given special permission to have the normally crowded site all to himself. See, good things do happen in this world. All right, let's get a check on world and national news headlines. Over to Nancy Lyons we go in our D.C. newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Amy Coney Barrett continues to be questioned by senators at her confirmation hearing. Senator Dianne Feinstein, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, asked her whether she agreed with her mentor on the Supreme Court, the late conservative Justice Antonin Scalia, who said Roe v. Wade should be overturned.
If I express a view on a precedent one way or another, whether I say I love it or I hate it, it signals to litigants that I might tilt one way or another in a pending case.
So on something that is really a major cause with major effect on over half of the population of this country, who are women, after all, it's distressing not to get a straight answer.
Barrett would also not give an opinion on whether she would recuse herself from any election lawsuits involving President Trump. Well, with Election Day just 3 weeks away, President Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden are concentrating on battleground states that both see as critical to clinching an electoral college victory. Biden is spending today in Florida courting seniors. President Trump will be in Pennsylvania, where he wants to hammer home the risk that a Democratic administration could limit hydraulic fracking. A group of prominent Christians from both sides of the aisle is forming a political action committee designed to chip away at Christian support for President Trump. The new super PAC is called Not Our Faith. It plans to roll out six-figure TV and digital ads focused on Christian voters. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. This story is the most read on the Bloomberg at this hour, and it has to do with BlackRock's CEO Larry Fink. And he's saying, Paul, that retail investors are transforming the global asset management business with the COVID-19 pandemic, forcing people to rethink how they save and invest. And what's interesting about this is he sees people as saving more.
Yeah.
Right?
It's interesting when you think about retail investors in this pandemic. The first story that I tend to think about is the Robin Hood phenomena, day traders and things like that, getting a little speculative as they look for some action. But this is really a different side of that retail argument or discussion, Carol. And again, when Larry Fink speaks, people tend to listen given their assets under management. And the issue is I think this pandemic has forced them to think about the longer term, maybe a little bit more closely here. Do I have enough savings? Am I saving enough? Am I investing the right way? Because you got to think about this uncertainty here, and it's making people, I think, take a look at a lot of parts of their life because their life has been upended.
Right.
They're working from home. Their workflows are changing, and maybe their economic outlook is changing.
Right.
And you have to think about savings.
I think about that statistic, when we were getting kind of into the thick of the virus and everybody was home, and it was like, I forget it was a high percentage of Americans who don't even have $300 or $400 to deal with, some kind of big bill, fixing the car or what have you in their savings. And that was a stark reality and maybe not known to a lot of people. And that just reminded us of the gap that we have in society. It was interesting too, though, Gap talking about the business, and he talked about their diverse platform. He said saw inflows across all asset classes, investment styles, and regions. And he said more than 50% of long-term flows were driven by clients in Europe and Asia specifically. So, money's coming in, right?
It's coming in, and I think that's a good thing for investors to the extent that they can, save more and maybe invest a little bit more wisely. That presumably is going to be good long term.
But you do wonder what it does
for
to
the Larry Finks of the world.
Yeah, but I wonder, for an economy that's so based on consumption, you do wonder what's the counter effect of that. All right, you are listening to Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks lower on speculation that a rally to a 6-week high has outpaced prospects for a quick end to the stalemate over economic stimulus. The S&P's down 20, a drop of 0.6%. Dow Industrials down 114, down 0.4%. Nasdaq is down 22, a drop of 0.2%. 10 years up 13.30 seconds with a yield of 0.72%. We've got gold down 1.6%, lower by $30 the ounce now at $18.92. West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 2.1%, $40.27 a barrel. After earnings, shares of J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.5%. Citigroup lower by 4.3%. Apple rolling out new phones today. Apple shares are down 2.7%. Recapping, S&P lower by 20, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. Well, we know earnings season got underway today. A batch of big bank earnings. Two of the biggest U.S. banks kind of gaining some confidence that the pandemic won't send the economy into a slide anytime soon. That as a result of them setting aside a lower amount of loan losses in the third quarter. So that was interesting. Even so, their stocks are under pressure about some of the comments we heard from them throughout those calls. Anton Schutz is back with us, President and Chief Investment Officer at Menden Capital Advisors. He joins us on the phone from Florida. Anton, it's great to have you here with Paul and myself. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you? A little frustrated with the price action today.
Yeah. Well, how do you explain that on JPM and Citi? They're both down. I mean, the overall market's down. There's some, but yeah.
I have this wonderful parallel for you today. It's really easy. Apple, right? I mean, Apple releases all these phones. Everybody's selling on the news and on what's going on with the regulatory order, how much it's going to cost them. You know, I think with the transition in leadership, I think that lack of information just cost that stock. But the quarters were fine.
Yeah, the quarters were fine, Anton. I agree with you there. Just kind of reading through some of the commentary from management on their conference calls, there's definitely, I would say, you know, an air of cautiousness that was even a little bit higher than I had been discounting in the marketplace. I think these folks, Jamie Dimon and company, are kind of saying, hey, this economic recovery, it might be slower than we would all like, and it may drag on a little bit longer than we would all like. That kind of came through in his comments. Did you take away the same?
Well, I think Jamie was pretty negative, I guess, sort of after the second quarter, and obviously we've done a lot better. I feel like he's conservative, and I don't think that's wrong to be conservative, but I think that leaves lots of room for him to beat. I certainly agree with his conservatism that he talks that way, and I think everybody's frustrated that there's no stimulus plan for the consumer, because in particular, both J.P. Morgan and Citi have very large consumer businesses, and that's really who's getting those enhanced unemployment benefits, the $1,200 checks. Those are the customers who repay or don't repay their credit card loans. So I think that's really there was some grandstanding there.
Well, and we knew that early on. Like we were, it was interesting to talk about delinquencies. And I think initially people were not necessarily spending new money. They were paying down their credit cards, but, and kind of being smart and responsible. I want to talk a little bit about Citi because Corbett really took a beating on that call. One of the analysts over at B of A said, why isn't Citigroup the new Wells Fargo in terms of the regulatory issues? Why isn't it, or is it?
Well, I mean, if you sort of look back on what got Wells Fargo in trouble, I mean, unfortunately, doing damage to retail customers is very different than Citi making a mistake. So I don't think, the regulators or Congress people are going to go after Citi because they've ripped people off. I mean, they haven't. They didn't do anything that egregious. Unfortunately, their systems weren't great. The only person harmed were Citi and Citi shareholders by sending out a wire they shouldn't have sent out. But it proved they're vulnerable to mistakes, and that's why they were fined. And obviously, they're going to have to spend some money to make sure their systems are up to snuff so they don't make mistakes like that. And I think that's the unknown. Nobody knows how much they're going to spend. But being put in a much bigger doghouse, I think their doghouse is not as big And by the way, I like Wells Fargo right now. I think they're going to be coming out of the doghouse. I'm not
Finally,
sure
right?
quarter with earnings. Yeah, well, it's been years, and it takes years because they really got into trouble, and a lot of things changed, and more things have to change. But I think there's actually some light at the end of that tunnel.
Well, it's a cultural change finally, I think, over at Wells in terms of Charlie Scharf finally bringing in an outside person.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the other thing that's going to change there is the expense structure is going to change dramatically. I mean, they've talked about cutting $10 billion of expenses. I mean, that materially changes their earnings. And also, as soon as they get out from under being able to grow their balance sheet, again, earnings estimates can go up substantially. And I don't think they're that far away from that. I think they've done a lot of corrective actions over the last several years. I think they're getting close.
Hey, Anton, when we talk about the big money center banks, we have the capital market side of the equation that can offset to some degree that really tough net interest margin story for the banks. How about some of the smaller regional banks that don't necessarily have that capital markets piece of the business? What's the bull case for some of these regional banks in this low interest rate environment?
Well, first of all, mortgage is going to be a bigger percentage of many of these, and my focus is particularly on the lower tax states and where people are migrating to, so the South and Southeast, places like Florida and Tennessee and Texas, and there's loan growth is better, and people are buying houses, and so it's not just refinance activity in mortgage; it's actually purchase activity. You can finance the home builders, and what I really think the next leg that's coming is a supply chain coming back to the U.S., which will lead to loan growth. And it'll eventually lead to loan growth for everybody, including the big guys. But, if you think about all the manufacturing that can come back here in the supply chain, I mean, if tariffs weren't enough, this disease has really cemented that. And I think that you're going to start seeing the second half of next year being a loan growth story, both for the regionals and larger banks.
Well, that's what we're going to get into. We're going to do a little bit of news, Anton, because our Gina Martin Adams kind of set that up for us about whether the smaller regional banks, are they going to be participating in some of that loan growth, especially into 2021. So we're going to continue our conversation with Anton Schutz, President and Chief Investment Officer, of Menden Capital Advisors. He's on the phone from Florida. His RMB Menden Financial Services Fund, by the way, it's up almost more than 12% in the past month, putting it in the 97th percentile. So we'll talk a little bit more about his picks when it comes to regional banks. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday, Big Banks Tuesday. I'm Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. And so we just talked about the big banks with Anton Schutz. We're going to dig into the regionals, Paul, because that's something he's really interested in and actually invests in.
Yeah, absolutely right, Carol. And that's a tough place to make money. You really have to pick your spots, but money can be made.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll get into that in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories. Here is Charlie Bella.
Hi, thank you very much. Lots going on. This update brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology, a world-class polytechnic university that makes a lasting difference in the lives of its graduates and the businesses that employ them. More at njit.edu. We begin with a breaking story headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Eli Lilly's antibody trial has been paused due to potential concerns. This, according to the New York Times, shares now lower by about 2.5%. Worth repeating, Eli Lilly's antibody trial paused because of potential concerns. Again, this on reporting from the New York Times. Johnson & Johnson shares, they are lower as well after the drug maker was forced to pause its late-stage study of a coronavirus vaccine, overshadowing an improved financial outlook for the year. J&J shares were reporting earnings this morning, by the way, down 2.5%. Just a week after his release from the hospital, President Trump returned to the campaign trail last night for the first time since contracting the coronavirus. He told thousands of supporters in Florida, many without masks despite the ongoing pandemic, that, quote, he feels great and glad he no longer needs to be concerned about infection because he's now, quote, immune. Dr. Amish Adalia is a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
Well, we do know that when people recover, they generally are impervious to reinfection for a period of several months. And we know that there's been a few reinfections, but that's not really the normal course. So I do think that for probably several months, at least, the president is not going to be able to be reinfected.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Facebook says it will reject ads that discourage people from getting vaccines, citing a new policy meant to prevent harm to public health efforts. Facebook shares are down by 0.2%. Stocks trading mixed, with the S&P down 27, down 0.8%. The Dow down 204, down 0.7. Nasdaq slumping 30. It is down by 0.3%. 10-year yield now 0.72%. We've got gold down 1.5%, lower by $29 the ounce at $18.93. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, $40.22 a barrel. Briefly, among the banks, J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.9% after earnings. Citigroup down 4.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We are fortunate to have with us for another segment Anton Schutz, President and Chief Investment Officer of Menden Capital Advisors. He joins us on the phone from Florida. So, Anton, thanks for hanging around with us. Let's talk about investing in regional banks. What do you look for? Is it really the region? Is it management? Is it asset quality? How do you kind of rank some of those issues as you pick upon what is a lot of regional banks out there to choose from?
Sure. I mean, the region is really important because, that means even a poorly run bank can, perform. I mean, if you've got a really good management team, they can take strong advantage of a region that's doing much better than other parts of the country. So that's really important. And you talk about asset quality. When you talk about management teams, you want to know how they did last time, right? You want management teams that have been around, that have got a few gray hairs and some battle scars and did well the last time around. And those are the management teams you're looking for. And you also want management teams that I call capitalists, right? People who own a lot of stock and understand that, they could be a buyer, they could be a seller. There's lots of opportunities to make shareholders money. It's not about running a public company just for themselves. It's really important to me, that attitude that management displays.
What I love about you, Anton, I mean, you're very fair and honest when things are tougher in terms of the investment environment. I think the last time we talked to you, you said it's been pretty tough. in this regional bank space. You're having a good month, though. What's kind of changed, do you think, in terms of your strategy and or just the environment for regionals?
Well, I think you've seen a little bit of a yield curve steepening. You've seen the 10-year move higher other than today. A little bit of inflation out there, maybe some more stimulus causing, inflation, whether it's post-election or pre, everybody knows it's coming. The other thing is that, as everybody got into earnings and got closer and started to think about it, the consensus was that the banks were going to beat. And I still think that more of these banks are going to beat as things come on. And I think more banks are going to beat 21 consensus too. Consensus has to come higher for 21. So those are all positive developments. That certainly led to some of these moves.
Anton, what are some of the names that you like here? Again, we have seen the banks do better in this last month. Maybe people are a little bit more willing to look to the other side of this pandemic and look for some of the names that could do well in an improving economy. What are some of the names that you're looking at the moment?
Sure. So, I like the Southeast and Tennessee, and one bank in particular that has a pretty good footprint in both Florida and Tennessee is a company called First Horizon. Mm-hmm. They also have a strong mortgage unit, which is going to have a very good quarter, and they also have a fixed income, basically broker-dealer, First Tennessee Securities, and so they're going to also have a good quarter from that. There'll be a lot of merger noise. They merged with another bank called Iberia, and they trade below book value. They've got a very strong dividend yield, and like I said, they're in two geographies that are doing much better than the rest of the country. So they've got a lot of positive things going on here, and it's a self-help story because I think they're going to be able to cut more costs than advertised.
And First Bancorp, I know, is another one. Just got about 30 seconds here. What's the take on that one?
Well, it's Puerto Rico. It trades at about 60% of book value. Drug manufacturing is about 30% of the Puerto Rican economy. So all you have to think about is some of the drug supply chain coming back here, and that's going to happen. $5 billion of CARES Act money's already gone to Puerto Rico, and the president just released, I think, $11 billion of FEMA funds. So Puerto Rico economic growth.
Hey, listen, I'd be remiss because you're a loyal listener, and I know you were listening yesterday, and Charlotte St. Howard of St. Martin, of the Broadway League. You guys are friends.
Well, she's terrific. Had the opportunity of getting to know her over the years, and she is a force. So they're all lucky to have her on their side there.
Yeah, we're certainly rooting for them because it's been really tough for the theater area. Hey, Anton, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the time that you gave us on this Tuesday. Anton Schutz, he's President and Chief Investment Officer at Menden Capital Advisors, joining us on the phone from Florida. And, I always love talking to him, Paul, because the regionals, we always talk and always cover, of course, the big banks, but the regionals are just often have a great window into what's going on in local economies, and I just love getting his perspective.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and that's think about some of those small, mid-sized banks that really have their finger on the pulse of what's going on in their markets.
Totally.
And as Anton said, go to some of those regions where there is economic growth. People are growing and going, and that's in the Southeast.
All right, good stuff. All right, let's get back to World and National News headlines. Over to Nancy Lyons we go in our 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Senators have been reciting their personal views on abortion, guns, gay rights, and Obamacare at today's confirmation hearing for Judge Amy Coney Barrett. But like others before her, Barrett is not telegraphing how she might rule as those issues come before the Supreme Court.
With regard to decisions the court previously handed down in abortion cases, Judge Barrett asserted,
I have no agenda to try to overrule Casey. I have an agenda to stick to the rule of law and decide cases as they come.
And she added,
in my personal interactions with people, I have a life brimming with people who've made different choices, and I've never tried in my personal life to impose my choices on them. And the same is true professionally.
Beyond that, Judge Barrett said racism is abhorrent and discrimination against gay people is abhorrent. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he is scheduling a vote concerning a GOP COVID-19 relief bill for later this month, saying aid to hard-hit businesses should not be held up by gridlock involving other aid proposals. He says it'll be a scaled-back aid bill. House Democrats have urged a larger package than Senate Republicans have been willing to consider. It was revealed today during a hearing on the alleged plot to kidnap Michigan's Virginia's Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer that she was not the only governor that anti-government paramilitary groups were allegedly targeting. An FBI agent who was part of the investigation that led to 13 arrests last week testified today the men also talked about kidnapping Virginia's Democratic Governor Ralph Northam. The agent says they were unhappy with his response to the pandemic. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Paul Sweeney, I feel like this story just, is just a nice add-on to what we talked about, Larry Fink from BlackRock. I feel like the race is on for client assets and just kind of individual investors, because this is a story about Fidelity by our Michael McDonald. And it says Fidelity plans to hire 4,000 people over the next 6 months as the money manager benefits from this year's turmoil while some of its rivals struggle. But basically, they just talk about they need more people, more financial advisors, more customer service agents. And I guess it's because a lot of new accounts are being opened up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of, again, it really dovetails with what we heard from Larry Fink at BlackRock. And, they're looking, it's interesting. It kind of goes to that active versus passive management, discussion. For years, it had just been, boy, those active managers like the Fidelities of the world really under pressure from the ETFs of the world and some of the passive managers. But here's an example of, probably investors saying, I need some help here. I need some advice. I need to think about my future a little bit more.
Right.
And Fidelity is obviously a phenomenal brand name in the retail community. Their offices all over the country. And I think it makes a lot of sense that they're going to staff up in anticipation of probably what they believe is going to be growth in assets for them on the retail side.
Well, it is interesting when you think about the trends that are happening in the financial sector, and we talk so much, right, about Robinhood, understandably so. But if you think about what, as you said, kind of piggybacking on what also Morgan Stanley did with buying Eaton Vance, I mean, they are bulking up their business of managing money, particularly when it comes to wealthy clients. But nonetheless, people, the financial community, it feels like as a whole, are really aggressively going after, customers' investments in their investment accounts at this point. It just feels like there's a very big trend and push towards this.
Yeah, and you think about James Gorman at Morgan Stanley. For years, his strategy has been asset gathering, private wealth management. We'll leave the hotshot trading maybe to some others.
Yeah.
This is the future of the business.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, and it's nice to see people hiring, especially in such a tough environment. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Eli Lilly says enrollment of participants in a critical trial of its antibody treatment for COVID-19 has been paused because of a potential safety concern. Eli Lilly shares, they are trading lower now, down by 2.9%. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all trading lower on speculation that their recent rally has outpaced prospects for a quick end to the stalemate over fresh economic stimulus. The S&P 500 index is down 29 points, down 0.8%. The Dow's down 220 points now. That is a drop of 0.8%. And NASDAQ is slumping 28 points, down 0.2%, was trading higher earlier in the session. 10-year up 14.30 seconds now with a yield 0.72%. Gold down 1.5%, 28.91 the ounce at 18.93, and West Texas Intermediate crude advancing 2%, up 80 cents a barrel, $40.23 on WTI. The Verge is reporting that Netflix is no longer offering free trials. Netflix shares up 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, I missed that one, that's for sure. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Florida has become a bit of a battleground when it comes to the November election. This Bloomberg Business Week story, it's about a state that is critical to President Trump's reelection, and it zeroes in on senior voters and what the early trends are showing. We love checking in on all things related to the election and the campaign trail with our own Josh Green. He's national correspondent at Bloomberg Business Week, author of Devil's Bargain, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the Nationalist Uprising. Josh joins us on the phone from Washington, D.C., along with Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. Joel is on the phone in Massachusetts. Florida, such an important state, Joel.
Yeah, and as Josh writes in this dispatch, we're really looking at an outcome here that for Trump to have any real certainty of getting back and retaining the Oval Office, he really needs Florida. And so the Democrat strategy is obviously to try and take Florida out of his hands. But what Josh actually gets into here is there are some early numbers that we're seeing from Florida, and the swing among seniors, which is a demographic that Trump had locked down last election, is just 180'd and is already in early numbers is veering towards Biden. Josh, what does that mean in the grand scheme of things?
Well, basically what it means is if the current trends continue, Trump isn't going to win Florida. If Trump doesn't win Florida, he's not going to win the election. But what's so interesting about this is we've all been reading about these nightmare scenarios where states don't count their vote and it's thrown out for weeks and the election is contested. What's great about Florida is that it counts its votes early as they come in. So about 20% of the votes, the early votes already cast in the 2020 general election, have been cast in Florida and have already been counted. And Florida updates those numbers. So what we did was we took a look at who was voting early. And the thing that really jumped out was that seniors, voters age 65 and older, were voting at a 10 times greater clip in 2020 than they were at this point 4 years ago. And if you look at the poll numbers, we wrote about this in our election issue of Business Week in September, a group that I called Swinging Seniors. Seniors supported Trump by not necessarily what you think it might mean, so I better explain. Seniors supported Trump by about 17-point margin in 2016. The latest polls in Florida have Biden winning seniors by 15 points. Wow. So if you add those two things together, a huge swing to Biden among seniors and a huge outpouring of support, it isn't surprising that this is good news for Biden. And if it keeps up at this pace, what I say is we'll know on election night whether or not Biden has won Florida. And if he has, I think there's a very good chance that he's going to be president.
So, Josh, what has the president, quote unquote, done wrong? It's certainly not for lack of effort down there. He was just down there last night again campaigning. What's really been the change?
Well, there have been two things. I mean, number one, and the easy answer is COVID. He was down there campaigning last night at a gigantic maskless rally in Orlando, which, as you might imagine, spooks an awful lot of seniors. If you look at the main driver of the senior vote, it's been Trump's handling of the COVID pandemic. Doesn't seem to have inspired a lot of confidence among older voters. Not necessarily surprising. But, as I say in the piece, the big question about early voting is are these new voters? Is this genuine enthusiasm, or have older voters simply moved up when they cast their ballot? Are these just people who'd vote anyway on Election Day, deciding to vote early through the mail because it seems safer? That's certainly some of it. But the other interesting factor here is that it appears to be much broader than that and much broader than COVID. Because if you go back and look at the results of the 2018 midterm elections, there was, once again, a huge spike in senior voters. And, of course, that predated COVID. So what we can conclude from that is that seniors are much more eager to vote and seem to be much more willing to vote for Democrats now than they were in 2016. And if those trends continue in Florida, where they're especially pronounced because there are so many old people there, it really spells bad news for Trump.
Well, and what's interesting is you have to think, Josh, that the Trump camp is a little bit worried because you think about the video that he did, after coming out of the hospital. It was aimed directly at seniors.
Yeah, so when Trump was cooped up in the White House when he was still contagious with coronavirus, he shot a kind of an awkward cheerleading video on the lawn of the West Wing that was aimed at reassuring seniors, I love you, I care about you, so on and so forth. I think that was a clear reflection that his campaign staff was looking at the same numbers I am and thinking to themselves, unless we change the minds of these senior voters pouring out to the polls and to the post office to mail their ballot, we're going to be in real big trouble. Let's try and turn this around now. I think the problem is, it's really hard to change public impression of how you handle the pandemic if you come out of the hospital sick with COVID and then turn around 10 days later and have a maskless rally like Trump did in Florida last night.
Josh, one of the things that I learned in this story that I thought was really interesting is that Florida is actually counting these ballots as the absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, as they arrive, basically, so that in theory, at least, there's a pretty high likelihood. And election officials in Florida have even said, don't hold us to it. We might need longer than the day to know who the winner is. But the mechanism of being able to count so many of these votes ahead of time makes me wonder, when you look across the country at other swing states potentially, what kind of timelines do other states have for counting ballots and officially announcing results of their elections?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, there are certain states like Oregon, Colorado, Florida who do a lot of voting by mail, a lot of early vote counting. They've done this for years and years and years and have a fairly good system. That's why we have such a good glimpse of who's voting in Florida. The thing that worries a lot of people is that because of the COVID pandemic, you're going to have a lot of mail-in voting everywhere, including in battleground states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, that A, aren't accustomed to counting floods of early votes, and B, and this is a little crazy, have laws that forbid election workers from beginning an early vote count before Election Day, which only makes this process even harder. And as a consequence, there have been a lot of worrisome scenarios bandied about if the election comes down to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, we may not know for weeks until all these votes are counted who the actual president is. And, of course, there could be all sorts of shenanigans in the meantime. I think what this Florida data tells us, at least in the direction that it's trending, is there's another alternative, and that is that Biden is going to win Florida early, and none of that other stuff will matter.
God, it just is so interesting. Josh, we always learn stuff when you report and bring it back to us. Josh Green, national correspondent at Bloomberg Business Week. Thanks to you, as well as Jill Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week. We do want to point out that Michael Bloomberg, of course, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg News, pledged last month to spend $100 million in Florida to help Joe Biden's election efforts. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, also watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to come right back. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. Coming up next, though, we got to talk about fiscal stimulus, what it means for the markets, what it means for the economy, what it means for the recovery. That's next on Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Tuesday, October 13th. Stocks are trading lower. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining. Right now, we've got the S&P down 23 points, down 0.7%. The Dow's lower by 180 points, down 0.6%. NASDAQ is down 9, a drop right now of just about 0.1%. Russell 2000 down 0.8%. Dow Transport slumping 0.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index is now just about unchanged. To put that in context, NASDAQ Composite Index lower now by 0.1%. Stocks are falling on speculation that their recent rally has outpaced prospects for a quick end of the stalemate over fresh economic stimulus. Treasuries and the dollar climbed. The 10-year, the yield now 0.72%, higher by 14/30 seconds. Banks are leading losses in the S&P 500 index, with J.P. Morgan Chase and Citigroup sinking as investors worry that third quarter results signal just a pause in pain from soured loans. Shares of J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.7%. Citigroup, though, dropping by 4.6%. Johnson & Johnson shares are slumping 2.3% after temporarily halting its late-stage study of a coronavirus vaccine, while Eli Lilly announcing within the hour that its trial of an antibody treatment for COVID-19 has been paused. Eli Lilly shares, they are now lower by just about 0.3%. So a down day for U.S. equities. As for the overall economic backdrop and the outlook for jobs, Catherine Mann is Global Chief Economist at Citigroup.
The unemployment part, the bolstering of domestic demand through consumers, that's really a very weak part of this story of recovery. And it's not a recovery. It's we only get back to where we were in January. That's just getting out of the hole. That's not a recovery.
Amazon.com shares are higher as its two-day Prime Day sale kicks off. It is expected to give the world's largest e-commerce company an early advantage over brick-and-mortar rivals, still contending with pandemic-spooked consumers wary of battling Black Friday crowds. Amazon shares up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, so Paul Sweeney, man, back and forth. That is the world of Washington right now. I know House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she told her, I think, Democratic colleagues that President Trump's latest proposal for stimulus falls short of what's needed to really help out the economy and really battle the virus. So they are constantly going back and forth, and we see it play out in the financial markets. Meantime, we've had the IMF come out warning that the world still faces an uneven recovery until the pandemic is tamed. So we are not in a great place. So let's get into today's Business Week economics. Stimulus definitely front and center. Let's talk about it with Frances Donald back with us. She's Global Chief Economist, Head of Macroeconomic Strategy at Manulife Investment Management, on the phone from Montreal. So Frances, I feel like, do you guys have a Zoom meeting, like your whole team, and you just say, can you believe that these guys in Washington and gals just can't get it together? Because it's ultimately about stimulus and getting the economy back on track.
Well, we have plenty of Zoom meetings, but most of the time what we talk about is how this is a lot of noise. We basically tend to focus on two key stories. One is that we know we're getting a fiscal package at some point. Everybody knows this. Now it's just about when we get it. Do we get it before the election? Probably not. Does it then mean we get it in Q1 2021? Yes. So the fiscal trade is still very much in play, even though we get a lot of these headlines going on.
Well,
the problem
go ahead.
is that the longer we have to wait for it, the longer we risk an economic accident. So when I watch these markets selling off because of the stimulus news, what I interpret that as is not, oh no, we're not getting stimulus. It's that we're leaving ourselves open to more vulnerability before we get there. And that's the fundamental problem with these headlines.
And that's what I just want to jump back. That's exactly it. I mean, the longer we wait, right, the more, the tougher the drop is, or that we may stay there even longer, or that we'll need more stimulus to get out of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So when we look at globally other developed markets that are maintaining their foot on the fiscal pedal, they're not at risk. So now we're starting to see a bit of a wedge here created by the U.S. experience of the recovery and the European, the Canadian, a variety of other G10 economies. So the U.S. is really opening itself up not just to vulnerability or increasing its probability of a double-dip recession, it's also putting itself out there in stark contrast to the rest of the world. And that, of course, is going to start to have implications for assets in some of the relative trades out there.
Yeah. All right. So, Frances, this scenario that looks like it's playing itself out in terms of we're going to have to wait for fiscal stimulus. What are really the risks here that you see? Is it more deeper unemployment, maybe longer lasting unemployment? Is it business investment that just won't or take much longer to come back? Where will we pay the price, do you think?
So my biggest concern is really on the employment front, and that is because we know that structurally high unemployment, the longer you've been unemployed, the harder it is to get rehired. You have skills degradation, people get frustrated, they drop out of the labor force, and that tends to be really sticky. But what's so challenging about this recovery, and I know we're all rolling our eyes already, we're tired of hearing about the K-shaped recovery, but the K-shape is so important because the K-shape is telling you that the manufacturing side of the economy can continue to just reaccelerate very aggressively, even in the absence of stimulus, but the services side of the economy will lag. And what does that effectively mean? It means that the stock market, which is heavily leveraged to manufacturing, will continue to diverge from the economy underneath it. And that's why that K-shape becomes so critical. And the longer we wait for fiscal, the more that K-shape, the larger the wedge between those two sectors of the economy.
I love that you mentioned K-shape. I was just reading something from Peter Atwater, who coined it, and I love talking about it. I do wonder, though, God, I mean, are you getting at all, Frances, a feel of what 2021 is going to be like?
Yeah, so I have this three-phase framework to talk about the recovery. Phase one was the rapid rebound. It's behind us. Phase two is the stall out. It lasts for a year and a half until the end of the virus. And then phase three is what we call the new normal. But one thing that I've been advising a lot of portfolio managers to think about is not to wait until we're on the other side of COVID to make the trades that are associated with the other side of COVID. And by that I mean, as we sit here waiting, as we talk about things like fiscal, as we wait for the vaccine, what's effectively happened? Monumental changes to the way that the fixed income market is trading. We have extraordinarily low interest rates that will stay that way, and we essentially have financial repression of the curve out until the 10-year. So we're in an environment where the way that we think about inflation mitigating or inflation working its way through the system, a steeper bond yield, all of these factors are really getting heavily manipulated by where we are now, and I do believe that's tradable even as we wait for what 2021 looks like.
So, Frances, Carol and I just did a story on Florida and the election and some of the positive polling we're seeing there for former Vice President Biden. If, in fact, we do get a Biden win, maybe even a move to the Democrats in the Senate in terms of getting a majority, how's that play into your outlook?
It implies that we get a very sizable fiscal package, perhaps slightly more. But the key trades that I think work in this particular environment, which is massive issuance, fiscal spending, extraordinarily low interest rates that may move down lower, deglobalization, they work no matter who wins. So, you know, we've been victims of this before, where we look at polls and we feel like we have confidence in what's going to happen. Right. I'm not going to play that game. I don't want to do that. So find the trades that work no matter who wins. And there are plenty of them. I think trying to game the election is a fool's errand right now.
The only thing I will say is everybody should read Josh's story, because what's interesting about Florida is that those early votes go right into the number. It's not like they're held until later on. So it's kind of interesting about that. Hey, just got about 30 seconds left here, Frances. Paul and I were messaging back and forth. Stock market leverage to manufacturing. Is that really true? We all kind of keep thinking about this market being more high tech or, you know, leverage to the FANGs. Is it really leverage to manufacturing? Just quickly.
Well, why don't you think about it this way? Instead of saying it's leveraged to manufacturing, think how little of it is leveraged to actual services and the everyday household and consumer activity. And if we put it that way, then it becomes very clear that if people are suffering, unemployed, have trouble getting food on the table, you can still see tech stocks rally. So maybe that's a different way to think about it in this K-shaped recovery. Really think of it as consumer services versus non-consumer services.
All right. Appreciate that. Great conversation as always. Frances, thank you so much. Frances Donald, she's Global Chief Economist, Head of Macroeconomic Strategy at Manulife Investment Management, on the phone from Montreal. Love her energy.
Yes, absolutely. It's interesting to see how, invest and try to take out the political risk is another takeaway for me.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get back to world and national news headlines. Lots going on when it comes to that. Here is Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The Senate Judiciary Committee has been posing questions to Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett today, and she's defended herself against accusations that her conservative views will greatly influence her decision-making.
Judges can't just wake up one day and say, I have an agenda, I like guns, I hate guns, I like abortion, I hate abortion, and walk in like a royal queen and impose, their will on the world. You have to wait for cases and controversies, which is the language of the Constitution, to wind their way through the process.
Conservatives are hoping President Trump's pick will benefit his administration's challenge to the Affordable Care Act immediately after the election and also deal with potentially any election-related lawsuits. There's plenty of talk about stimulus in Washington, but odds are decreasing it could be converted into action. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
Stimulus, go big or go home. President Trump put that message out on Twitter shortly after Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announced he's going narrow on another round of pandemic relief with a vote next week on more small business funds under the Paycheck Protection Program. Earlier, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi told her fellow Democrats the latest White House offer of $1.8 trillion falls significantly short. The dueling rhetoric suggests President Trump's newfound openness to a bigger deal might not be enough to secure an agreement. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Eli Lilly has put its government-sponsored antibody test on hold due to potential safety concerns. The company made the announcement just hours after Johnson & Johnson paused its COVID-19 vaccine trial because of a participant's unexplained illness. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. So I may do a little bit of an audible here because
I like it.
This story. Okay, so Oyster Bar,
Yes.
man, I think of New York City. I think of, gosh, I can't even, Grand Central, right?
Sure.
And
Yeah, it's one of my faves. I mean, this is old school New York. You walk in there and you think Mad Men. Nothing has
Totally.
changed since then, and it's closing yet again. There's just nobody running through Grand Central Terminal, which was the source of a lot of its traffic, literally. And it just goes to show here another institution, at least temporarily, shutting down in New York. Just a brutal story in the sense that for so many people, for so many generations, particularly those who do travel through Grand Central,
Right.
it's a mainstay.
Yeah, exactly. So they opened, I guess, 2 weeks ago. They reopened. But again, we know that indoor dining has had a lot of rules and constraints to it. And like you say, Paul, it's been a fixture. It's been there since, 1913?
Yep.
But yeah, if you think about it, and this story from the Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones, they said they knew when they reopened it wasn't going to be an easy ride. Because of this, limited indoor dining, but I guess they tried to do it, but sales reached only 3% of pre-pandemic levels. Listen, anybody you talk to in the restaurant business, like they say, you got to be really pretty much operating at full capacity
Yes.
in order for it to work financially. This is not an easy business.
Yeah, that's what I've come to learn. I've learned so much about the restaurant business over the last 7 months as we talk to owners and operators here, and it's a thin margin business, and it's really driven by volume. And 3% isn't going to do it. So this is one of the parts of the economy nationally, but certainly in the metro New York area, where we rely so much on tourists and spending their consumer dollars at our restaurants and our other consumer areas that they're really feeling the pain, and you really feel for them. And people have been trying to support them as much as we can, but I think they're just going to have to wait for a vaccine.
Well, Metro North, they say readership is still down. I think about 80. It's nearly 80% from pre-pandemic levels, so it's down still a lot. We know that. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It's been a volatile session. Check your screen. NASDAQ back in the green now. The Dow, the S&P, both lower. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's very latest. He's going to keep us up to date with this afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks very choppy today, looking for direction. The Dow's currently down 138 points. S&P's dropped 18, while NASDAQ, like you said, in the green, up 22. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.73%. Gold is trading lower by 29. Transports drop 101 points. And among the main 11 S&P sectors, only telecom and consumer discretionary were in the green. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Disney, Microsoft, and Walmart, while Travelers and Boeing led to the downside. After earnings, Citigroup was under pressure, falling 4.7%. JP Morgan dropped 1.7%. And in other news, the Eli Lilly virus antibody trial was paused due to safety concerns. Wrapping things up regarding a stimulus package, there are reports that Pelosi has no intention to meet McConnell in the middle. Live from the First Word breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, Bill, we thank you very much. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Well, in this week's edition of Bloomberg Business Week Small Business Survival Guide, it's all about pivoting. And, you know, Paul, we've heard that so many times from small businesses and big businesses. They've all had to learn to pivot in order to keep their companies going through the pandemic. And that includes one small business owner that saw COVID-19 pretty much shut down its shuttle service. So what did he do? He actually started a new business. Let's get into this with Trent Griven-Broff. He's owner of GB Logistics. He's on the phone from Albany, and he joins us along with our Bloomberg News editor, Dimitra Kesanidis. She's on the phone in New York City. So, Dimitra, let's kick it off with you. I mean, this story, hard not to be blown away by what Trent did, because it got the attention of Amazon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, you know, we, again, on this theme of the difficulties and the challenges, you have to be ready to completely, pivot, get into something new. What he did wound up tapping into, I think, a business that he had a lot of experience in and was able to then really turn things around, given that the pandemic very seriously kind of curtailed the shuttle business at the beginning. But he got Amazon's attention. They reached out, and I'll let him tell the story. We have several examples of people who started really successful businesses in the last 8 months, and I think Trent is definitely one of them.
So Trent, come on in on, tell us kind of what happened to you because of the virus, and then how you pivoted and switched your business.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for having me, first off. I had a company called Tech Valley Shuttle, started it in 2016, shuttle company. We were more so working with the hotels and, you know, quickly within the few years pivoted a few times into doing weddings and become like a corporate kind of business, working with different corporations. But once COVID hit, everything stopped, from weddings, corporate business, to the hotel industry. So everyone we had partnerships with were devastated, just like many across the world. And at that time, I was able to, you know, pivot the business, well, actually create a new business, staying within transportation, but then focusing on logistics. And we were able to land Amazon as a partner for this, which was a blessing.
So, Trent, talk to us about that business, GB Logistics, working with Amazon. Kind of describe what your company does and what your experience has been like now with this new company.
Gotcha. So we essentially have a partnership with Amazon in which we deliver any package that's 40 pounds or heavier, anywhere within a 150-mile radius from our warehouse in Albany, New York. It comes from us. And so with that, if anything 40 pounds or heavier is coming from us. So I found that with our short period with Amazon thus far, it's been wonderful. It's essentially like a franchise opportunity in which, you know, they kind of lay the blueprint and give the expectations and kind of get us trained as well as our team trained up to how they want things done. And then, you know, the rest is on me management-wise of assuring that we get the job done tastefully.
And Trent, how has that business gone? I mean, we just see delivery of boxes has just surged here. Just looking around here in my neighborhood, boxes almost every day in front of almost every house. Talk to us about the pace of the business.
It's definitely a fast-paced business. I can say, in terms, it's very fast-paced. I mean, within a month's time, we're up to 53 employees. At Tech Valley Shuttle, the highest employee count we had was, around 20. In terms of like just revenue, the revenue through the business, is 40 times faster than what we were doing at Tech Valley Shuttle. So, all in all, this is a fast-paced business. It feels like it was a great time to transition because the world is ordering everything online. Malls and things of that nature are being less and less utilized. And, I just feel like we're in a great position to actually change as the world is changing and being a part of that change.
So, Trent, let me ask you a quick question as we start to wrap up a little bit. But one of the things that you did with your earlier business also was you were very focused on this mission of employing people who face hiring barriers. Is that something you're able to continue with this new business? And are you still as dedicated to that? That's been a big part of what you've made sure you do.
Definitely. My heart has always been there because I'm someone who, in my previous life was a ex-felon. And so I knew the barriers that came with that. And so I'm dedicated to helping others get gainful employment and actually a livable wage. So this has definitely presented that opportunity. There are still barriers. Amazon has its own criteria that has to be met. But the beautiful thing in that is, I still have been able to help employ many individuals who, have similar stories, as well as now with this partnership with Amazon. Naturally, I've been leveraging that and, using my connections locally to try to assist others. Even if it's not with me, it's with other organizations. The one thing Tech Valley Shuttle does,
right.
We get people to and from work. That's what we specialize in. So we were already in that arena.
Right.
So the partnership with Amazon has just allowed us to really leverage that and help a lot of people.
Well, it's really cool to see you to be able to do, just to be able to have done this and really come out on the other side in a really strong way. Trent, thank you so much. Trent Griven-Broff, he's owner of GB Logistics, on the phone from Albany. And then, of course, our Bloomberg News editor, Dimitra Kasanides, on the phone in New York City, our Bloomberg Business Week Small Business Survival. Great to hear those small business stories. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, Paul Sweeney, we're getting to the point of the day where we can kind of kick back, grab a drink, and just let Dave, Wilson play a song and talk about a start of the day. We can just take a break for a little bit. We'll see what Dave has in store for us in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories and a check on that trading day. Charlie, 29 minutes to go here.
Indeed, 29 minutes to go, and we have got a mixed picture right now. NASDAQ higher. It's been a volatile session. The Dow, the S&P, they are both lower. Let's get right to the numbers. I'll give you the why in a moment. Here's where we stand. The S&P down 11 now, drop there of 0.3%. NASDAQ higher by 41 points, up by 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.5%. The Dow slumping 88 points, down 0.3%. Dow Transports down by 0.7%. Russell 2000 down 0.6%. 10 years up 12.30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.73%. Gold down 1.5%. 18.93 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%. $40.22 a barrel. Keeping an eye on Eli Lilly shares. It says enrollment of participants in a clinical trial of its antibody treatment for COVID-19 has been paused because of a potential safety concern. That news sending Lilly shares down now by about 3.5%. Johnson & Johnson lower after the drug maker was forced to pause its late-stage study of a coronavirus vaccine, overshadowing an improved financial outlook for the year. And today we're seeing Johnson & Johnson shares slumping now by 2.27%. Well, just a week after his release from the hospital, President Trump returned to the campaign trail last night for the first time since contracting the coronavirus. He told thousands of supporters in Florida, mostly without masks, despite the ongoing pandemic, that he does feel great and glad he no longer needs to be concerned about infection because he is now, quote, immune. Dr. Amish Adalja is a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
After a period of about 10 days, if you had a mild or moderate case, you likely have developed some levels of antibodies, although in the president's case, he has what are synthetic antibodies because he received the Regeneron product. But you're not somebody that's considered contagious to others. So there's a difference between contagiousness and immunity. Immunity is your ability to not be infected. Contagiousness is your ability to spread to others. And at this point, the president likely has some level of immunity and is no longer contagious to other individuals.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Facebook shares, they are trading higher now. Facebook says it will reject ads that discourage people from getting vaccines, citing a new policy meant to prevent harm to public health efforts. Facebook shares up now by just about 0.8%. Recapping equities mixed, S&P down 10, down 0.3. The Dow down 79, down 0.8%. NASDAQ up 44, that's a gain of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, along with Paul Sweeney, obviously spacing out for a moment. And this is Bloomberg. Oh my God, this is so easy. Paul Sweeney, you know who this is, right?
I know who it is.
Okay.
But I don't know the song.
That's okay. A little share for us.
Yes.
Dave Wilson, I think even maybe Alex Steele might have gotten cheer. I don't know. No,
maybe.
probably not. No, probably not.
Well, who knows? I mean,
Paul
she's like a diva.
But
I'm referring to Cher, that is.
Okay. Paul Sweeney, Alex Steele, who we love and adore, was,
yes.
As you know, you work with her, but she could never get the song. And was it Zeppelin that she and Queen that
Stairway to Heaven.
Stairway to Heaven.
She did not get Stairway to Heaven.
No,
that's on like every rock radio station top song of all time.
Exactly, and so we give her a really, really hard time.
Oh, rightfully so.
But of course, what's the title of this one?
House Divided.
Yeah, you basically it.
Well
in a
done.
House divided, so there you go.
That's early share. That's early share, right? Or is that after? Is that with Sonny or without?
That's without.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the early '70s, I was listening to AM radio in New York at the time, so that's probably the only reason I remember that one. But the House Divided, I mean, kind of works as a concept because that's what the chart is about. And the divide is between the performance of home building stocks and bank stocks. I mean, builders have been setting records for months now. If you look at the S&P 500 industry index, and banks, shall we say, have not anything but. Look at today with the way that the J.P. Morgan Citigroup have been falling, and it's more the same. Just to give you an idea, as of Friday, when I put together this chart, I mean, the housing index was up 38% for the year.
That is just wild.
And the S&P 500 Banks Index was down 33%. So that's the kind of contrast we see. And Michael Hartnett, who's the chief global investment strategist at Bank of America, noticed what was going on, and then look back historically, and as the chart shows, the two groups tend to move together, which, if you think about it, kind of makes sense because if an economy is doing well, banks are lending a lot of money. Among other recipients are people buying houses. So, this year's been a very different story. And the way he sees it, he wrote about this, like I say, on Friday, pardon me. I'm quoting here, either housing buckles or banks play catch-up. So, in other words, he doesn't expect this kind of disparity to last. And if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net.
Well,
that's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
All right, so you guys, if you were betting men, does house buckle or do banks play catch up? Dave, what do you think?
Well, I'm glad I don't have to make that bet. I mean,
come on, live a little, Wilson.
It's going to go one way. Look, if a guy who's making this call isn't leaning one way or the other, far be it from me to think, oh, I can do that.
All right,
I'll throw my hat in the ring.
Okay,
can I just? But that was. Can I just?
That was a cop out. That was a cop out. Go ahead.
I think you go long the banks if you have. If you have that 12-month scenario where we're going to get to the other side of this, some of these valuations, they're just extraordinary on the bank side. That's what we hear, but boy, it's awful tough to make that call right here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Citi. I mean, you're looking at a PE of 9, forward PE. And I mean, you got a dividend with this puppy. Like there are reasons to be in it. It's down 45% this year.
Yeah, and Dave, how much of the housing stock movement is record low interest rates plus people just fleeing the cities?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt it's a big piece of it. Money's cheaper. There's demand to get away. So that's got to be part of it. I just saw a headline that I just got to mention it because I know our audience is going to care. The golfer Dustin Johnson dropped out of a PGA Tour event after having a positive test for COVID-19.
Oh, wow. Wow, and they thought golf was pretty safe, right? Because of all
it's done a great job.
Yeah, right?
I think it's only been less than a handful.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Dave Wilson, thank you so much for the chart and the sports update for the day.
I do what I can.
I know you do. You always do. Dave Wilson's going to be along a little bit later on with his stock of the day. All right. Speaking of national news, also world news, let's check in with Nancy Lyons over in D.C. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Carol. Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett says Justice Antonin Scalia was her mentor, but that she would be her own person if she is confirmed to the Supreme Court. She was asked about it today during her Senate confirmation hearing.
If I'm confirmed, you would not be getting Justice Scalia. You would be getting Justice Barrett.
Barrett was asked by Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein if she shares Scalia's view when it comes to abortion rights.
Do you agree with Justice Scalia's view that Roe was wrongly decided?
Senator, I completely understand why you are asking the question, but again, I can't pre-commit or say, yes, I'm going in with some agenda because I'm not.
Barrett also refused to say whether she would disqualify herself from any disputes over the impending presidential election. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he will take a vote next week on a limited stimulus package that would replenish funds in the Paycheck Protection Program for small businesses.
We will go to the floor again Monday with another effort to try to get an outcome, even in the midst of this hotly contested election.
Democrats have pushed for a broader package. President Trump reacted to the news by tweeting today, "Stimulus, go big or go home." World Trade Organization arbiters say that the European Union can sanction up to $4 billion in U.S. goods over Washington's illegal support for plane maker Boeing. It amounts to one of the largest penalties handed down by the WTO. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So Dave Wilson just talking about the diversion between bank stocks and housing stocks or home builder stocks, which is, pretty wide right now. And they tend to, as he said, trade in tandem. A couple stories, Paul, that caught our attention. One from Dow Jones, Wall Street Journal, another from our own Noah Buhire here at Bloomberg. The Wall Street Journal, though, talking about apartment rents rising in suburban markets across the U.S. We know about the city dwellers looking for bigger spaces in smaller towns. Some of it has to do with just getting out of cities because of the virus, right? Everybody is like, okay, if it's not safe here, let me go somewhere where it is safer and also I have some more space. But it's also about companies saying, listen, you don't have to work in the city anymore. We're seeing that certainly out on the West Coast in Silicon Valley. You can kind of live wherever you want and you can work from home.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. I've seen stories over the last several days really about this issue, and obviously a lot of folks want to get out of cities, want to go to suburbia, less density. That makes sense as it relates to the pandemic. Now some of the employers in Silicon Valley are saying, oh, but by the way, if you want to leave Silicon Valley because it is so expensive and relocate to, somewhere that's Denver, Colorado, or someplace with a lower cost of living, that's fine. But we need to have a conversation about us lowering your compensation to reflect that.
Boy,
so those are some difficult discussions.
Don't you? How quickly that happened?
Yes.
It's like, okay, you can work, stay at home forever, and it's like, all right, tick, 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 tick. Oh, and by the way, we're going to reduce your salaries, which is kind of wild. As part of this, there's some great numbers in this story from Dow Jones. They say rents in central business districts in popular cities have been tumbling. San Francisco rents are down 17% since the March peak. They've been the hardest hits. Let's see. District rents are down 9.2% in Boston, between 5 and 6% lower in New York, LA, and Philadelphia. And at the same time, if you look at the median monthly rate for a studio in San Francisco, it is down 31% in September from a year earlier. Those are big changes.
Those are big changes, and they're pretty quick changes, aren't they? We're 6-7 months into this pandemic, and we're already seeing the immediate impact, really, on some of these longer-term rents.
Yeah, no hesitation there, that's for sure. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are dropping with stimulus on hold. Banks are tumbling after earnings. Right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, they're both lower. NASDAQ higher. 13 minutes to go ahead of the close with the S&P down 14. Drop there of 0.4%. The Dow's down 104 right now, lower by 0.4%. NASDAQ higher by 23 points, up by 0.2%. Has been a volatile session. Going to be very interesting to see if NASDAQ does close with gains. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.3% today. Dow Transport's down 0.7. 10 years up 13.30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.73%. Gold down 1.5%, lower by $28 the ounce at $18.94. And West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 2%, $40.21 a barrel. Recapping mixed day on Wall Street. S&P down 15, down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 12 minutes left in today's trading session, and it's certainly been one where we've seen more of a risk-off trade today. Let's get into it with our next guest, Kevin Miller. He's Chief Investment Officer at Evaluator Funds, and he's on the phone from Minneapolis. They've got roughly $635 million in assets under management. Kevin, nice to have you here with Paul and myself. I got to first ask you about Minnesota. The virus numbers are going up. How are you? And how's your team?
Yeah, everybody's doing well. Thank you for asking. Thank you for having me on this afternoon. We thankfully we're in a good position for everyone to be able to work from home and not have to commute and be able to safely socially distance. And so from a corporate perspective, we've been doing real well.
So, Kevin, the market's been doing real well as well, although today a little bit unsteady here. It seems like the market is factoring in that the political risk, which as recently as several weeks ago was kind of a negative, a headwind for this market, now it seems like the market's saying, all right, we're not going to have a contested election. It looks like Biden will win. He may even bring the Senate along with him. Is that kind of how you're factoring into your outlook?
Well, that's the $10,000 question, right? I mean,
I only ask the good ones.
How are we going to play this? I see three outcomes. Obviously, one, a clean and clear Democratic win; two, a clean and clear Republican win; or three, a contested outcome. And quite candidly, I'm still thinking that there's a contested outcome. But once that gets resolved, and if that is the case, we anticipate the market to pull back maybe 5 to 8%. And then, once this gets resolved, we still see 2021 as a very strong year, pretty much regardless who's in the White House, just because if Trump's in the White House, we expect to see tax cuts and stimulating the economy through that mechanism. And then if Biden's in the White House, we anticipate increased spending and get stimulation through that. But then 2022 and beyond that, then we have to look to see what new policies are put in place and how that impacts the economy and the markets, et cetera.
So I demoted you. Don't tell your chief investment officer, and I realize you're CEO, so forgive me for that, Kevin. But I do wonder, so it sounds like the election outcome, you're not really too worried about what it means, at least for the 2021 year.
That's right. I think, if anything, it's going to give us an opportunity to deploy more assets. We will probably start pulling a little bit off to the sides here latter part of this week. And, what's the worst case scenario that, we miss it and the market, stays flat or even goes up a little bit? The probability of that happening, that's a small loss compared to seeing our accounts pull back maybe 5 to 7%. And we think we can redeploy at that point.
All right, so what kind of sectors or names if we do get an entry point, should we be looking at, Kevin?
Well, I don't think you want to be playing games right now. You want to get good, steady, strong companies that have strong balance sheets, good cash positions, things that will perform well for, we're all not back. The economy's not totally reopened yet. So I know this is it's maybe somewhat boring, but three that I like are Microsoft, Walmart, and Visa. All three have great cash positions, great free cash flow, very established in their industry, highly recognized, and they all bring certain elements and diversification to their services that others in their area may not be quite as capable of.
So on any pullbacks you would add to those positions? Is that what you would suggest?
That's correct. And, if someone is just I just got this asked the other day, I have some money I want to get in, what should I get in? Well, I always tell people, divide how much you want to invest in a stock or a fund, an ETF, divide it into thirds, put a third in right now, give yourself some opportunity for a pullback at a level that you're comfortable with, 5 to 10%. Redeploy the other third. If that doesn't happen within a set period of time, let's say 2 to 3 months, then redeploy the other third, and then do the same for the last third, and get yourself fully invested maybe 6 months down the road. That seems to work easier for people to walk into the market when we're at very close to all-time highs.
Yeah. Hey, listen, though, let me ask you about Microsoft, because they've had quite a run. They're up 42% this year. I mean, so... Again, I said, would you buy and pull back? Would you buy it now or no? Again, you'd wait for that pullback.
Well, we currently own it, so I would just wait for the pullback. I have such a high level of belief that there is going to be a pullback, I would tell anyone right now just to wait. Give yourself a month. Worst case scenario, it goes up a little bit from here, and you miss out on that, as opposed to taking advantage of a pullback. Yeah.
Well, Kevin, I'm going to pass along your entrance strategy to one Tom Keene, who is famously in the triple leverage all cash fund right now, and he's looking for an entry point, so I'll pass your strategy along. How about for those, Kevin, that maybe have, they can afford, from a time frame perspective, to look to the other side of this pandemic? Is it time for those folks to maybe rotate a little bit into some more cyclical names out of maybe the Microsofts, the Visas of the world? I would give it till late Q1, early Q2 of next year. There's going to be plenty of upside. There's going to be plenty of opportunity. You know as well as I do that the majority of this market has been carried by 6 to 7 individual stocks. So there's still a lot of stocks out there that have yet to perform, and there's no sense in getting too aggressive. Let the market play out and then take advantage when that opportunity presents itself.
Hey, one last question. I mean, you've got, I think, 6 managed eValuator mutual funds, and it's all about different risk tolerances. So I am curious, what funds are doing the best this year? You've got from very aggressive to very conservative. Which are the outperformers? And just got about 40 seconds here.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Relative to, we compare those investments to their Morningstar peer groups, and relative to the Morningstar peer groups, we're really, really doing well. We pivoted heavier into equities on March 19th. We took some gains off the table in early July. We pivoted some of the domestic equity over to internationals in early August. We pulled those back in September after the second wave looked like it was coming. And so we're doing very well, but the fund that's probably performing the best, that's most popular and most heavily used, is the growth fund. And our funds have a percentage range in the naming convention. That one is 70 to 85%. So that one will always have at least 70% in stocks, but never more than 85%.
Are names like Facebook and Amazon and Netflix in that one?
Oh, yeah.
I thought so. Just a, safe guess there. All right, Kevin, thank you so much. Kevin Miller, he is Chief Executive Officer of eValuator Funds, about $635 million in assets under management, on the phone from Minneapolis. Stick around, folks. We've got the closing bell in just a moment.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it, sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Tuesday, October 13th. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all trading lower. It was a volatile session, choppy session for the U.S. stock market. Folks from ProShares, by the way, virtually ringing that closing bell. Stocks lower on speculation that recent gains have outpaced prospects for a quick end of the stalemate over fresh stimulus. Treasuries and the dollar climbed. Today we had the 10-year, the yield there, 0.72%. Your closing numbers: S&P down 22, down 0.6. The Dow dropped 157, down 0.6%. NASDAQ lower by 12 points, a drop there of 0.1%. Not just stimulus on the minds of investors, but also the election and what it will mean for the market outlook. Kevin Miller is the CEO of the Evaluator Funds. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Once this gets resolved, we still see 2021 as a very strong year, pretty much regardless who's in the White House, just because if Trump's in the White House, we expect to see tax cuts and stimulating the economy through that mechanism. And then if Biden's in the White House, we anticipate increased spending and get stimulation through that.
On a down day for the rest of the market, the Walt Disney Company moved higher. It is shaking up its operations to refocus on the thriving Disney Plus business, redoubling its push to become a global streaming giant like Netflix. We saw the Walt Disney Company advance today by just about 3%. After earnings, J.P. Morgan Chase showed that a surge in trading is holding up, and so are borrowers. The biggest American bank is in the third quarter under the shadow of the pandemic. It did post a surprise increase in earnings. And Citigroup moved lower today after the bank reported a jump in costs and warned it now expects a slower economic recovery. Today we saw J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.6%, Citigroup down 4.9%, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs report tomorrow. Recapping, S&P down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Nobody move a muscle. Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Damn, Stiffy, you got some moves.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, time to take a look at some of the stocks on the move. Talk a little bit more deeply into today's trade. Carol Massar, along with Paul Sweeney, and also Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponczak. Just kind of going down my list here of everybody. Let's talk a little bit about the trade, Paul and Sarah, because if I look at the S&P 500, 134 names higher today, 370 lower, one unchanged. Major industry groups, we saw a lot of selling. The only groups that had a little bit of a gain: communication services up about 1/3 and consumer discretionary a little bit higher, but call it essentially flat. Everything else was down across the board. Financials, the worst performing group, down 1.9%. So let's bring you in, Sarah, because the banks, we started earnings and we heard from the big banks here.
Right. This was not the most exciting start to an earnings season, you could say, especially if you take your cue from price action. Like you said, financials, your worst performing sector in the S&P 500. Banks, your worst performing industry group, down 2.7%. Now, if we look at the names that actually reported today, so JP Morgan, Citigroup down near 5%, JP Morgan down 1.6%. These companies did both report loan loss provisions that were smaller than expected. So that was seen as a positive. However, at the same time, what analysts were attributing these declines to was more so what their results said about the economy. For example, Citigroup shares declined after the bank not only reported a jump in costs, but it also warned it now expects a slower economic recovery. Similar for JP Morgan, it said that the reason that those loan loss provisions were so much smaller than expected was actually just due to some changes in the loan portfolio mix, not due to its changes or a broadening of optimism about the economy. So that is what some investors, some analysts are looking at, but certainly not the most exciting start to the earnings season.
But when we're in a vacuum, right, Paul?
Yeah.
When these CEOs talk, especially the big bank CEOs, it says a lot about kind of where we are, where we're not.
It really does, and I think these are the companies that really have their finger on the pulse of kind of what businesses are doing. Are they borrowing? Are they growing? Are they investing? And Sarah, I'm looking just at the year-to-date price target. or price performance. Boy, Citigroup's really underperforming its peers, which I consider to be like a JP Morgan, Bank of America. Really some problems there, and the market's unforgiving.
Right. And within a sector that has also been unforgiven by investors. You look at the sector breakdown in 2020. Meanwhile, while you have technology companies up more than 30%, financials are your second worst performing sector in the S&P, down still 18%, more than 18%. So to see that dispersion is really mind-boggling and pretty amazing to see. And when people talk about that K-shaped recovery, you see it right there. You see one area of the market really taking it sky high in the midst of COVID-19, whereas another one is still facing issues. And of course, we do have to look at the bond market too. We did see yields move even lower today. Remember, just recently, the 10-year was testing 80 basis points. Now we're headed back towards 70 basis points, it looks so. And those low interest rates are definitely not helpful for the banks.
So let's talk a little bit about also the hospitality industry, and not hospitality, but really the airline industry. But I feel like Delta, we know that all the airlines have been under so much pressure because nobody's traveling, but Delta had a very specific story today.
Delta did have a very specific story. So Delta missed on revenue, and their adjusted loss was also wider than expected. Now, on top of that, Delta said that they are delaying aircraft purchases that were worth more than $5 billion through 2022. So they're putting that at hold. And yes, what they announced, their earnings, was definitely not helpful to the share price. But at the same time, I want to point out the fact that we have the J&J trial, and Johnson & Johnson did also report earnings, but that we have their trial on hold. We also have news of Eli Lilly coming out, and their antibody trial has now been paused due to safety concerns. That is not positive for the recovery trade, which is very much focused on airlines, cruise lines, hotels, and it wasn't just Delta that took a hit today. I'm looking at the worst performing stocks right now in the S&P 500, and really at the top of that list is your cruise lines. Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, Carnival, for example, all down more than 7%.
Yeah, they were just beaten up big time. And I know they didn't, Royal Caribbean, do some kind of, was it a stock issue or bond issue, convertible issue or something? And I'm not sure that things went necessarily how everybody thought, but we've seen certainly those names get beaten up big time. Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponczak joining us in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave! Who? Dave!
Hey, Mr. Wilson! Hey, Mr. Wilson. Dave Wilson is back with his stock of the day. Dave, what do you got for us?
MoneyGram International, Carol. It's a money transfer service that operates in more than 200 countries and territories worldwide. The company traces its history back to 1940 when a predecessor was founded. MoneyGram has been publicly traded since the 2004 spinoff. The ticker is MGI. The company's shares plummeted 97% over 2 years, 2007, 2008, and never recovered. This year, they set a record low in early April. MoneyGram rallied from the low with help from growth in its digital payment network called MoneyGram Online. The service is available in more than 75 countries and accounts for more than a quarter of the company's transactions. The number of cross-border transfers through MoneyGram Online has more than doubled every month since January. And today, the company disclosed that the streak was extended last month. September's transactions soared 161%. MoneyGram's growth propelled its shares to their highest price since last October, and they closed with a gain of more than 20%.
You know, you say MoneyGram, and I think Landshark from SNL. Don't you think? I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy, Paul.
Yeah, and you're dating yourself, Carol.
That's okay.
That's one of the early years of SNL, but it's a classic.
I had older siblings, so I was watching all of this stuff. Good stuff, Dave Wilson. Thank you so much. I mean, an interesting name. Like money, it feels like such an old-fashioned name, but a lot of people use it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think we talk about remittances back to, say, Latin American countries and how that's such a big part of the GDP for many of those countries. And you see MoneyGram. I mean, that's one of the ways the money flows.
Right, Dave?
Absolutely.
Oh, I thought Dave maybe had a little bit more there. Okay. All right. It's Wacky Tuesday. All right, Dave, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. All right, let's get another check on world and national news headlines. Over to Ed Baxter we go in San Francisco.
Hey, Carol. The Supreme Court confirmation hearings focus on divisions between the parties and some definitions of where nominee Judge Amy Coney Barrett will offer answers. First, the Democrats' fears are expressed by Senator Sheldon Whitehouse.
That's where the Republican Party platform tells us to look at how they want judges to rule, to reverse Roe, to reverse the Obamacare cases, and to reverse Obergefell and take away gay marriage.
Now, on the subject of Roe v. Wade, Coney Barrett says she could not talk case specifics, but
The substantive due process clause says that there are some liberties, some rights that people possess that the state can't take away or can't take away without a really good reason. So the right to use birth control, the right to abortion are examples of rights protected by substantive due process.
On the ACA,
I am standing before the committee today saying that I have the integrity to act consistently with my oath and apply the law as the law, to approach the ACA and every other statute without bias, and I have not made any commitments or deals or anything like that.
and whether she would recuse herself from cases that could settle the election.
If I were confirmed and if an election dispute arises, both of which are ifs, that I would very seriously undertake that process and I would consider every relevant factor. I can't commit to you right now.
And the confirmation process continues into tomorrow. A network outage has brought Virginia's voter registration system to a standstill. The last day to register there, so it's critical, a cut cable near a technology center. And New York City, which is trying to stamp out stubborn waves of COVID-19, has issued $150,000 in fines and summonses over the weekend. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter.
All right, Ed, thank you so much. Man, Paul, it's getting tough out there when it comes to the virus.
It really is. Cristiano Ronaldo, soccer superstar, he tested positive, and he's in isolation right now. So you think about these athletes, that have been put in varying degrees of a bubble. You think about the NBA and the NHL had such success, but everybody is kind of dealing with it in different ways around the world in terms of some of these professional leagues and college sports ramping back up again. So I guess the takeaway is there will be positive tests. It will happen. You just have to try to manage it. But when somebody like Cristiano Ronaldo tests positive, it gets people's attention.
Well, it does. It definitely does. And I think the difference is, and we talked about this a lot on air, is, in March and April, we didn't have a playbook. Everybody was just kind of learning as they were living it. And that is obviously why it was just so difficult, right? And I feel like at this point we have a little bit of a playbook, whether it's the medical community, whether it's, the corporate community, whether it's just the world at large. And so when we start to see these hot spots, I actually think, I say to my daughter, actions have consequences. When there's penalties, if you can't get people to just do it voluntarily, well, then maybe there needs to be some kind of penalty to get people to wear masks, to do social distancing, because we know that those are so simple, but they keep people safe.
They do. And, certain people seem to be doing a better job than others. But I think, just here in the metro New York area, as you said, we were hit so hard in that first wave in March and April. I think most people around here have got the message. As I think about, I'm walking around my town, there is very, very good mask wearing.
Very little? Did you say very little?
No, very good. It's very good mask wearing, yeah.
Yeah, same here on our end. And I feel like anywhere in the New York metro that people, they get it. And it's just become kind of a norm. If I walk out without a mask, if I walk out the front door, I feel like, okay, wait, I'm missing something. Like it's kind of got that seatbelt kind of thing where, if you don't have your seatbelt on, you feel like, okay, something's
exactly
missing.
Right. Good analogy there, yeah.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It was a down day on Wall Street today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining on a stimulus deadlock. We had banks tumbling today. Among some of the bank names, we saw J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.6%, Citigroup down 4.8%, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, they'll all be reporting tomorrow. Complete coverage, of course, right here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P fell 22 points, down 0.6%. The Dow down 157, lower by 0.5%. NASDAQ slumped 12 points, down 0.1%. 10 years up 15.30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold down 1.6%, 18.92 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude rallied 2% today, back above $40 a barrel. WTI now at $40.20. Tough day for a lot of the cruise name stocks today. Royal Caribbean shares sank after the company said it's raising $1 billion between stock and convertible bonds. It is the latest capital raise as cruise ships may stay docked for the foreseeable future. Today, Royal Caribbean shares plunging 13.2%. Among some of the other big well-known cruise brands, Carnival Corp down 7.8%, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings down 8.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Well, we had some news, like we always do every day, on the virus. Eli Lilly, Charlie mentioned this, putting its government-sponsored antibody test on hold due to potential safety concerns. And that came just hours after J&J paused its COVID-19 vaccine trial because of a participant's unexplained illness. So, excuse me, getting a little caught up here. And that's kind of the way it goes when it comes to creating a vaccine or the path to a vaccine. Let's get our daily check on the virus. Dr. Matthew Foley is vice chairman and associate professor at North Shore University Hospital. He manages Northwell Hospital's emergency unit and has been on the ground since the beginning of the pandemic. Northwell is a massive hospital system, in the city. And Dr. Foley joins us on the phone in Manhasset, New York. I mean, you guys, we've talked to a lot of members of your team, Dr. Foley. You really have been front and center on all of this. So I've got to ask, what are you seeing as we watch numbers start to tick higher? Certainly, we're seeing it around the country, but we're also seeing it here in New York.
Yeah, primarily at our facility and some of our facilities in the system, we have seen a very mild uptick in hospitalization over the last really 1 to 2 weeks. But, extremely mild. We had hospitals full of COVID patients previously, and now we're, a minimal percentage of our hospitals. Still, the far majority of our cases are non-COVID patients.
So, Dr. Foley, we've all been talking about since almost the beginning here the potential for a second wave as we get into the colder months. A, just give us your sense of how much of a risk is that, and B, are we in a better position to deal with it?
Yeah, I don't think anybody really knows how big of the risk is. We are preparing for it, and because we have seen a slight increase in hospitalizations and a slight increase in patients visiting the emergency departments with COVID, we're monitoring it closely. We're definitely much better prepared this time around because we've experienced it once where we've had to expand our facilities and really rearrange our emergency departments and the departments within our hospital to sustain a surge where pretty much many of our hospitals were completely full. So we have prepared after the initial scenario for a second wave. We don't know if we're going to see it or if we see it, to what extent it will be. But right now, very, very manageable, and we don't know what's going to happen in the coming weeks.
Well, Paul and I yesterday talked a lot about herd immunity, I keep saying herd mentality, herd immunity when it comes to COVID-19. And I do wonder, Dr. Foley, have we learned anything from the protests that we saw in New York after the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, and of course the subsequent protests that were here in New York and around the country? Have we learned anything about, the rise or lack thereof of cases after that, and maybe what it says about herd immunity, at least in maybe the New York metro area?
I don't know if we learned anything definitively, but I think it was it suggested something. I believe that's the case. I mean, it was a great social study of when a bunch of people are outside protesting in close quarters, and some of those protest people were wearing masks, and some of them I saw they weren't. So we would have thought we would have seen a bump from that, and we really didn't. So whether that suggests that there was a herd immunity, I'm not sure. I think the question is really underlying how many people were infected in New York City at that time. At the beginning, we knew the mortalities that were going on, but we had very limited testing. So we didn't get a prevalence in the New York City area. What, not seeing a bump after the protest suggests that, yeah, maybe it's quite possible. There was a lot more people infected than we thought there were, and there might be a herd immunity. There's also a question among the experts, how many people actually need to be infected, or what percentage of the population to get that herd immunity. So there's a couple of variables out there that we're not sure of, but I think you're right. I think that showed us something. I just don't know what it definitively says.
Hey, Dr. Foley, I see President Trump at these rallies, mostly in states that have loose or laxer laws as it relates to social distancing and masks. How risky is that behavior? It just looks like it's a recipe for disaster. Not to mention a lot of football games I noticed. There are a lot of people in the stands at some of those college games.
Yeah, I work in a hospital, and I work with our infectious control people, and that's really not my wheelhouse. But in a facility, I mean, this isn't something we would advise with a person with a recent infection going out and being around a lot of people not wearing a mask for that person's protection and other people's protection. And probably going one step further, we saw, in the news, how many people in the president's surroundings that were infected and confirmed infected. We don't know the people that might have been infected that we don't know. I'm only presuming that a lot of those similar people are going to be at some of these functions too. So it seems a bit dangerous, especially being the time out. We wouldn't operate that in a hospital for infection control, definitely.
Dr. Foley, hang on for a second. We're going to go do a little bit of news, and then we'll come back and continue the conversation. We're speaking with Dr. Matthew Foley. He's vice chairman and associate professor at North Shore University Hospital, and he manages Northwell Hospital's emergency unit. So they have been seeing everything related to COVID-19 from day one, certainly here in the New York metro area. So we'll come back, because I'm curious, too, about treatments and these pauses in trials, what it says about the path to a vaccine, Paul. So we'll get to that in just a moment. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Paul Sweeney, and this is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, it is Bloomberg Business Week. It is Tuesday. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. We're going to continue talking with Dr. Matthew Foley. He is a vice chairman and associate professor at North Shore University Hospital, and they've got an interesting respiratory device, too, that they've been developing, Paul. So we're going to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. The interesting thing to me is it's non-invasive respiratory device, and that's so important for those patients.
All right, so we'll hear a little bit more about that in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories and the world of trading. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. It was a busy day on Wall Street, volatile session. We had the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ, though, all declining today. Stocks fell on speculation that recent gains have outpaced prospects for a quick end of the stalemate over fresh economic stimulus. Here's where we ended the Tuesday session. The Dow down 157 points, down 0.6%. S&P down 22 points, down 0.6%. NASDAQ slumped 12 points, down today by 0.1%. Spent much of the session, most of the session, in fact, swinging between gains and losses. NASDAQ 100 index little change, down by 0.04%. Dow Transports today down 0.8%. 10-year up 14.30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold down 1.6%, 18.91 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, $40.17 a barrel on WTI. Now, as for the overall mood of the market, Jim Paulson is Chief Investment Officer at Luthold Whedon.
There's a lot of nightmarish scenarios booked into things, and if it turns out that the reality is a little better than your nightmare, then I think there's a lot of revision that has to go on, and that revision will be a very positive force for the markets and for the economy.
Boeing is nearing 1,000 scrapped or impaired jetliner orders this year, failing to notch any sales in September. Boeing shares tumbling today by 3.1%. Johnson & Johnson lower after the drug maker was forced to pause its late-stage study of the coronavirus vaccine. Johnson & Johnson down 2.3%. Eli Lilly has paused enrollment of participants in a clinical trial of its antibody treatment for COVID-19. Lilly down by 2.9%. Disney shaking up its operations to refocus on the thriving Disney Plus business. On a down day for the rest of the market today, we did see the Walt Disney Company did see its shares advance by 3.2%. Recapping, S&P down 22, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And Carol, again, there is that concern here as we go into the late fall, into the winter, of a second wave, if we will, of the virus. But the hope and I think the expectation of many is that our fine healthcare providers, the frontline doctors and nurses, the real heroes here, they've learned a lot from that first wave.
Totally.
Maybe some new new types of procedures, and that can really help us out. Dr. Matthew Foley joins us. He comes back for another segment here. Dr. Foley is Vice Chairman and Associate Professor of North Shore University Hospital, joining us on the phone from Manhasset, New York. Dr. Foley, talk to us about Enhale. We know that's something that you folks at the North Shore University have been using. It's a new respiratory device. Talk to us about that and how that may benefit patients.
Yeah, we didn't develop the device. It's actually just an extension of what we use in hospitals all the time. We use non-invasive ventilators for people that don't need to be on a ventilator with a intubation. And so this is really a non-invasive device. And the problem with these, or medical devices in general, is they're really, really expensive. And this company produced a product called Enhale that's a lot less expensive, so that we can bring a treatment that we use in the hospital and prescribe it for at home. And it's something I'm very keen to do, and have been working to try to procure the device for quite some months. And we're able to do that, and I'm going to hopefully prescribe them for people in the home as needed, which will be great, in my opinion. I think we'll be able to save some people from being in the hospital when they can be treated at home and safe. Sometimes it's safer for that patient to be at home And this device gives us the ability to do that. I hope it catches on.
Well, help me a little bit to understand. Part of the things I love talking about to members of the medical community is you explain everything that's going on in COVID-19, do the deep dive. So invasive versus non-invasive, right? A non-invasive is always better. It's easier, I'm assuming, on a patient. Is that the main benefit here, or explain it to me a little bit?
Kind of. It's not always better. There is definitely times when invasive ventilators are absolutely needed, and it's generally with the severity of the disease, the more severe the disease. But an invasive ventilator is actually a tube that's put down into the trachea, and then the ventilator is hooked up to that. Ventilators have complications just like any other treatment may have. And a non-invasive ventilator, it doesn't have that tube going down in the trachea and just kind of puts a cuff around the mouth. So is a little bit safer, has decreased complications with it, and provides some of the same treatment. So depending on the patient, it can be really, really effective. I mean, since we really started using non-invasive ventilators in the hospital, we save a lot of patients, especially in the emergency department setting, from advancing to invasive ventilation and decreasing a lot of the harms from that. But,
so
at times you definitely need that too.
So is this something that improves the outcome ultimately of patients, of COVID-19 patients?
That is a great question. I was intending to study that early on. But we really couldn't get this device out in people's home early on. Now we're able to, and we just don't have the surge. So while I don't hope for another surge, I think there's quite a potential to improve outcomes, improve definitely morbidity and hospitalizations, rehospitalizations, and potentially mortalities. That's my prediction, but I really don't have any evidence of that yet. Other countries have used it much more than we have, but not necessarily at home because it just hasn't been cost effective to do it. It's such a costly device, which this company has made, in which we can now move into the homes with it.
Dr. Foley, just real quickly before we let you go, how is your team doing, the frontline workers there? They've sacrificed so much. They're put in such tremendous efforts. How are they doing?
I think very well. You know, everybody here really appreciates everybody's thanks and, likes to be leaned on when needed and likes to be that source. Also a bit nervous. You know, we don't know what's going to happen in the next coming months. We're here to serve and care for people, but also hopeful that we don't see the increase in the surge that we had in the spring.
Yeah, it certainly feels like we're all just kind of crossing our fingers and just hoping that we don't see that again and revisit it. Dr. Matthew Foley, thank you so much for your time today. Vice Chairman and Associate Professor of North Shore University Hospital, and as I mentioned earlier, he does manage Northwell's emergency unit and, has been seeing everything from day one when it comes to COVID-19. All right, let's get another check on world and national news. Ed Baxter, what's up?
All right, Carol, COVID-19 become the Grinch that stole Halloween. In California, at least, state's top health official, Dr. Mark Galley, says while trick-or-treating may not be banned,
some of the traditional Halloween celebrations, such as parties, door-to-door trick-or-treating, we know pose a high risk of spreading COVID and are therefore strongly discouraged.
He says do it at home or virtually. New York City has issued $150,000 in fines and 100 summons over the weekend, most targeted in the hotspots where there's been great resistance to isolation policies. Virginia Governor Ralph Northam says he will push to get voter registration deadline extension. This after a major system went down because of a cut cable. The governor says a lot of people in any event have voted so far.
As of yesterday, more than 550,000 Virginians have voted early in person.
And by the way, he says he and his wife are now virus-free. Senate confirmation hearings today with questions. Judge Amy Coney Barrett answering questions about her positions on ACA.
I'm not here on a mission to destroy the Affordable Care Act. I'm just here to apply the law and adhere to the rule of law.
And not recusing herself on any election ruling, but saying she will consult with other justices and make a decision on due process.
I want to be very clear for the record and to all members of this committee that no matter what anyone else may think or expect, I have not committed to anyone or so much as signaled. I've never even written.
She also would not commit to any rulings on abortion, saying there are certain guarantees for birth control in state jurisdictions themselves. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Mr. Baxter, thank you so much. This is Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. And Amazon Prime Day started today. Did you buy anything?
I did not buy anything, but again, what's a Prime Day? It seems like every day is a Prime Day. I'm literally
in your house.
Yes, and you just drive down the street and you look at front doors, and it's the vast majority of those doors have a package in front of them every single day. And you drive on a highway. Like I just drove out to Pennsylvania last weekend on Route 78.
Yeah.
Every fourth or fifth truck is an Amazon truck.
Yeah.
I never saw that before.
Yeah, that is pretty wild, right? If you want to get an idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
I agree. And listen, what's interesting, this story by on the Bloomberg by Spencer Soper, Jordan Holman, and Henry Wren, it's all about, Prime Day kicking off today. It's 2 days. And what this story talks about is how it's giving maybe Amazon a little bit of an advantage ahead of the holiday season and an advantage over brick and mortar, who still think, right, Paul, even though we keep saying it's online, that's where the growth is, people still think about Black Friday.
They do. They do. And it's still an event. It'll be obviously less so this year. But, when you talk to retailers, bricks and mortar retailers, they talk about omni-channel. Being everywhere, having a bricks and mortar opportunity, having an online offering, having pickup in store as you meld the two, and omni-channel is kind of where a lot of the existing traditional bricks and mortar retailers are hanging their hats on in terms of the future.
I just can't believe, I've already seen it on air where you're starting to see holiday shopping things. I mean, we haven't even had Halloween, and I know it, they talk about kind of this Christmas creep, right? And it just becomes sooner and sooner and sooner. And I guess this year will be interesting because I haven't been, I'm not a big mall shopper, but I haven't really been anywhere in any kind of retail since March.
Yep.
And anything we've bought online, and it definitely has cut down. We've ordered certain kinds of things more, but a lot of things less. I don't know if that's true in your household.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to find consumer behaviors permanently changed in a lot of ways, and retail might be one of those.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right, this is Bloomberg Radio.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Supreme Court letting the Trump administration end the census count early. It was a down day on Wall Street today. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all moving lower on stimulus deadlock concerns. S&P slumped 22 points, down 0.6%. The Dow down 157, down 0.5%. NASDAQ down 12, a drop there of 0.1%. 10-year up 14.30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold down 1.6%, 18.91 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8% at $40.17 a barrel on WTI. And one additional headline to pass along in the world of sports. Tampa Bay Times says the Florida Gators will be halting football activities due to COVID. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Remember when you said football was doing okay, Paul? It's not doing
What's
so
interesting,
good.
this was the coach, I believe, or maybe it was Florida State's coach. One of the Florida coaches said, next week, I think it was University of Florida, we want a full Gator stadium, none of this 25% thing.
That's crazy. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy. All right. Also crazy was what we got from Apple today. Big day for Apple. Its biggest product launch event of the year. I'm super excited because finally going to get a new phone. Our Apple guru, my whole family, we've been waiting for this. Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman joining us right now on the phone from L.A. Mark, so what did we get?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
We got 4 new iPhones, all with 5G, as expected. The big news, I think, definitely is that 5G capability, and Apple really tried to reassure consumers that 5G is here and ready for these devices. They talked up their testing across 100 carriers. They talked up their special sauce with software to really get the most out of 5G. So they seem fairly confident that this is going to happen in real time. People are going to be upgrading pretty quickly.
Are they right? Because you had a story, I think, on the Bloomberg, questioning whether the networks are really all ready for 5G. So are we ready?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But they're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to come out and say this thing is going to stink, right?
No.
So what they've done here is they've done the best they could, and they've basically lit the fire under the carriers to get their act together and make this thing work, right? Right now, given Verizon's announcement today, you have nationwide 5G, so to speak, from the 3 big carriers, the merged Sprint, T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. The problem is their speeds are not much faster than 4G. Where you really get the big speed leaps is through ultra-wideband technology.
That's Apple calling to complain, Mark, and say, wait, we're ready. Everything's ready.
That's funny. The ultra-wideband technology. And that is what Verizon uses. But right now they're in a very, small amount of cities at this point. So I think it's going to be a year at least until you're seeing, further growth on that ultra-wideband network.
So, Mark, does 5G represent potential for a, what a lot of Apple folks call a super cycle in replacement? Or is a master household just a one-off?
I think there's going to be a super cycle there. Right now, you're seeing 4 new devices. You're seeing lots of people hanging on to iPhones for longer. The last big redesign was 3 years ago. So I think this is going to be a significant upgrade for a lot of people, and you're going to see that spur a lot of upgrades for sure, especially on this wider range of price points.
Will we be excited? I mean, we have been waiting, to be quite honest, for 5G, and so we keep just putting it off. And waiting for a substantial upgrade. I mean, this is it, right? I mean, there'll be a difference.
This is the update. This is the one that people have been, waiting for a number of years. And the amount of price points and screen sizes and variations they have this year is, unprecedented for anything they've done on the phone space in the past. So they've gone all out. It's just about making enough of them, and especially in COVID times, that might be challenging. But they seem to think they'll get it done, and I don't really have a reason to doubt them.
So, Mark, talk to us about those price points. How much is this going to set me back?
So you're looking at $699 for the iPhone 12 mini at the entry-level model, and then the high-end model, $1099 for the iPhone 12 Pro Max, and that's at the initial screen size, storage capacity configurations. But what you're seeing is the iPhone 12 price itself is $800 or $820, depending on what you're looking at. if you take a look at it, that's actually a price increase year over year by about $100 or $130 if you're matching screen size.
And of course, headphones not included or a charging adapter, right?
No headphones or charging adapter.
Gosh, I mean, anything else in terms of new products that we got from them?
HomePod Mini seems very impressive.
Yeah.
$99 smart speaker. I think that's going to be a holiday hit as well.
Yeah, but Mark, they haven't really competed well in that home market, have they? Against,
No, their home products are not very good. The difference is it's no longer $300. It's now $100, right? So I think that their HomeKit stuff is good enough, for $100. My issue was just that their initial price of $350, now $300. It didn't really make sense to buy it. But at $100, you're sort of paying for what you're getting, if that makes sense.
Hey, Mark, you know what I'm wondering? I thought for a long time, and I think we've had conversations with you, that, this whole idea of kind of Apple to dominate your home, I mean, they certainly do from in our home, from phones and laptops and iPads and all that good stuff. But I do wonder about, Sonos is in the home market with speakers and so on and so forth. And I just wonder, are they still thinking about this and being, more involved in your home, or have they kind of pulled back from that?
No, I think they're going stronger than ever in the smart home space. I think they realize that they're missing some stuff there and they need to really bulk up. They're working on this new framework with some of the rivals in the space, Amazon and Google, to work with better interoperability between devices. So I think they know what needs to be fixed and they're working through it, certainly.
Yeah.
And one of the weaknesses, Mark, in their lineup was, kind of a high quality, lower or mid-price phone. And I think they were thinking about that. Did they launch something that might be in that mid-price range that would help in markets like India and other developing markets?
They did not. I mean, today's cheapest phone is $700, but they've lowered the price on last year's iPhone 11 and then the iPhone XR from 2 years ago. And then there's the iPhone SE for around $350, $399 that was announced earlier this year. So lots of price points, but you're not getting anything in that $150 to $250 range. That is the sweet spot for some developing markets, for sure.
Is there anything here that you're going to buy?
I think the camera improvements on the 12 Pro Max are certainly very impressive, and definitely want to hear how the new HomePod sounds for sure.
All right. Interesting stuff, as always. Well, Mark, thank you so much. I know this is a busy day for you, especially when they've got a product announcement. So really appreciate it. Mark Gurman, technology reporter at Bloomberg News, on the phone from Los Angeles. I love when Apple does these upgrades. And it's, I feel like, Paul, I can see it, whether it's the first quarter numbers when we finally get there, that we're going to see all of the purchases that everybody did. And I just know from my household and other households, or people who've been, when you've got an Apple house, you're just kind of you're in that network and you just don't really move out of it because it just takes too much because there's too much already connected.
Yeah, absolutely.
To it. And they're also incredible products.
They are. They're great products, and and then they're building on that billion plus user base, whole services business, Carol, which we know has been such a big part of their growth story. It's really an amazing, obviously, business that they built. My interest will be, launching a major product in the midst of a pandemic. Mm-hmm. Boy, that takes some courage. But, if anybody can get it done, it's going to be the folks at Apple here. But again, it'll be interesting to see this huge product launch again when much of the world is in various states of being shut down.
Right. Mark seemed pretty confident about the supply chain. So, you would think that at Apple at this point has made sure that they've got everything in place. So kind of fascinating to see. By the way, Apple shares just down about 2.7%. We talked about that a little bit earlier. And the stock is up 65% so far in 2020. So investors definitely finding a lot of interest when it comes to, as we know, those FANG stocks, Apple included. All right, coming up, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into the workforce and especially those gig workers. We've got the co-founder and CEO of Stoke Talent. They're coming our way. Talk a little bit about that. And then we're also going to get into beverages, which is something people have definitely been participating in a lot when it comes to working from home, drinking from home too. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. It turned out to be a down day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining today. Stocks dropping on that stimulus deadlock as banks tumble. Stocks fell on speculation that recent gains have outpaced prospects for a quick end of the stalemate over fresh economic stimulus. The S&P 500 index down 22 points, a drop of 0.6%. The Dow down 157, lower by 0.6%. NASDAQ lower by 12, a drop today of 0.1%. 10-year up 14.30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold's at $18.91 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, $40.18 a barrel on West Texas Intermediate crude. Lots of bank earnings today. Among the high-profile names, J.P. Morgan Chase and Citigroup. J.P. Morgan showed that the surge in trading is holding up, and so are borrowers. The biggest American bank posted a surprise increase in earnings, fueled by a 30% jump in markets revenue as elevated volume kept its stock and bond traders busy. Allison Williams is a senior bank analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence.
The trading numbers today looked great. They have been gaining trading share globally from all of their competitors, so that's an area. And then just to the extent that they are getting some of these, sort of higher-end customers that Citigroup goes after, gaining share. But within those deposit markets, a lot of that is against perhaps some of the smaller regional competitors.
And today, J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.6%. Citigroup tumbled 4.8%. Citigroup declined after the bank reported a jump in costs and warned it now expects a slower economic recovery. Separately, Citigroup CFO Mark Mason said about 30% of Citigroup's workers in the New York City area do want to return to the office. Bed Bath & Beyond says it plans to sell its Christmas Tree Shops retail banner, its institutional linen holdings business, and a distribution center to generate a total of $250 million. Again, recapping, stocks lower with the S&P slumping 22 points, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar on Bloomberg Radio.
So, I don't know if you saw this, Paul, but Bloomberg City Lab recently reported that the pandemic has been in their words, a grand global experiment in the costs and benefits of a remote workforce. So their whole point was long before the virus even hit, we had a lot of people working, we know that, from outside the offices. So, I mean, this has just exacerbated kind of this remote working, and a lot of it, we didn't have a choice because of COVID-19. Our next guest is also keeping an eye on this. Yahar Erez is with us, co-founder and CEO of Stoke Talent. It's an on-demand management platform for companies to manage their on-demand and non-payroll workforce. He joins us on the phone from Israel, where it is, I believe, midnight. So thank you so much for staying up with us. Delighted to have you here with us. How are you? Because I know the virus cases and the lockdown in Israel, it's pretty tough right now.
Yes, it is. Thanks for having me, Carol. And it is midnight. Yes, and we're almost finishing our second wave of quarantine here in Israel. So we're taking the pandemic under control again.
Yeah. Well, what has that meant for your business and your workers, and then some of the trends that you're seeing?
Even way before the pandemic, we started seeing this wave towards remote work. Even in 2018 already, there were 2,500 companies in the U.S. without offices, which sounds like a big number. And we saw the trend heading that way. And we're certain this is heading towards a place where most companies will have remote workforce, and a significant portion of the workers as independent contractors within 5 to 10 years. In fact, Bureau of Labor Statistics forecasted that by 2030, 60% of U.S. workforce will be freelancers and independent contractors.
Wow.
And then came the pandemic and kind of accelerated that, what we thought was going to take 5 years into 5 months. And because everyone's now a remote employee, everyone's working from home. Doesn't matter if you're sitting in an office in California or sitting, in your home in Iowa, you can do the same work. And so it opened a world of opportunities, and we're seeing now an acceleration of what was bound to happen with alternative employment arrangements.
All right, so Shahar, with more and more companies' employees working remotely, whether they're employees or freelancers, my guess is that's kind of creating new management challenges from an HR perspective. What are some of the issues that your clients are seeing, and what are some of your solutions?
So I'll kind of distinguish between remote work, which is an employee that just doesn't come every day to the office. I think the biggest challenge that we're seeing is really with this the transition that organizations are having to a flexible employment arrangement, where you have 20-30% of the workforce that's not really formal company employees. Independent contractors, freelancers, gig workers, service providers. In fact, that is becoming the norm within an organization. And again, remote work has accelerated it. The biggest challenge that we're seeing there is what we now call shadow HR. And we took the term shadow HR, kind of borrowed it from a term that was created in the mid-2000s in the world of what was called shadow IT. Now, shadow IT was coined during that time as a result of departments, teams, and individuals within corporates bypassing formal IT processes and policies and instructions, if you will, and started buying services and application outside IT because they wanted to move faster. That resulted in significant challenges as data leakage, performance issues, overspending, inefficiencies in the organization. And we're seeing something very similar happening now with what we call this shadow HR. Shadow HR means that there are people that are doing work for the company but are not governed by any process in the company. Most HR organizations are governing, if you will, W-2 employees, formal company employees. But with 20-30% of the workforce not really company employees, not really on the payroll, these freelancers, independent contractors, they like the government. These non-employees, they don't have a single owner in the company. It kind of falls between the HR team, the procurement team, the finance team, the legal team. There's a lot of different people that need to come into play, and none of them really own it. And so a lot of things start going wrong or potentially going wrong when that is the case.
But this is where you guys come in, right? Because this is essentially what you do, right? You're able to kind of track these remote workers.
Correct. So what we've built at Stoke is really the ability for companies to have a single source of truth to streamline the entire process from onboarding freelancers, independent contractors, service providers, making sure they're signing the right legal docs, making sure that the right budgets are allocated, making sure payments are done correctly, and then offboarding them when the time is right, while keeping all the back office breaks and balances, checks and balances in place. Because if that's not the case, what we're seeing happening more and more in companies, by the way, when we talk to companies, we talk to the CFO or CEO, the most common response is, we don't really have contractors or freelancers. And the reality is there's 3 to 5x what they think they have because it's not managed anywhere. And the results are either overspend, budget overspend, or, which is a much more severe case, plenty of compliance issues. There's really 3 levels of compliance with independent contractors. One is legal compliance. Have they signed the right legal docs? NDA, no compete, IP ownership.
Right.
And we are seeing cases when no one's signing the papers, and then guess what? It catches up to you later on. When a company goes to a financing round or an IPO, all of a sudden a freelancer stands up and says, hey, I never signed over IP. You should send, I have a part in this company. Data protection is a big one with GDPR in EMEA and CCPA in California.
Right. So if you've got a lot of remote workers, what you're saying, especially when it comes to compliance or regulatory frameworks, whatever country it might be, you've got to make sure that these workers are abiding by those rules. Tahar, sit tight because we're just going to do a little bit of news and we'll come back and continue the conversation. We're talking with the co-founder and CEO of Stoke Talent on the phone with us from Israel. But it is interesting, Paul, to hear some of these numbers about remote workers. I mean, do you think it's going to stick around as long as everybody thinks?
I do. I think more and more people, both on the the employer and the employee side, are saying, wow, I didn't know I could be this productive. That's not going to be for everybody, but I think it's going to accelerate, as you said, that trend that was already happening before. You walk into any Starbucks and it's just every table, somebody's got a laptop up on their phone doing business. I don't know what they're doing, but that's the gig economy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg has to do with Larry Fink. He wants the future with just 50% of the workers in offices, which is wild. All right, let's get back to World and National News headlines. For that, it's over to Ed Baxter in our 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Hi, Ed.
Hi, Carol. U.S. Supreme Court has let the Trump administration end the census count 2 weeks short of a federal court, which had extended it through the end of the month. This is a definite blow to civil rights groups who've said minorities will be undercounted. The census determines representation and federal monies. Supreme Court confirmation hearings focus on divisions between the parties and some definitions of where nominee Judge Amy Coney Barrett would offer answers. On the subject of Roe v. Wade, Coney Barrett said she could not talk about case specifics, but
The substantive due process clause says that there are some liberties, some rights that people possess that the state can't take away or can't take away without a really good reason. So the right to use birth control, the right to abortion are examples of rights protected by substantive due process.
on the ACA,
I am standing before the committee today saying that I have the integrity to act consistently with my oath and apply the law as the law, to approach the ACA and every other statute without bias, and I have not made any commitments or deals or anything like that.
on whether she would recuse herself from cases that could settle the election.
If I were confirmed and if an election dispute arises, both of which are ifs, that I would very seriously undertake that process and I would consider every relevant factor. I can't commit to you right now.
And this process continues into tomorrow. China, Cuba, and Russia have been elected to the UN Human Rights Council despite vehement opposition from activists and organizations who say the country's governments are among the worst offenders of human rights globally. Saudi Arabia didn't make the cut. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Ed, thank you so much. There's something, Paul, to talk about at the dinner table last night or tonight. I mean, about who was, the human rights
right
at the UN. That's pretty wild. Let's take a look at one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg today. We just touched upon it as we were ending up our last segment. But BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, he says that the world could be a lot greener if office buildings never reach their full capacity again. And he wants a future with just 50% of workers in offices. I bet the real estate community might have something to say about that.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary. Before coming to Bloomberg Radio, I managed a bunch of people here, fine people at Bloomberg. And one of the things, so I'm always thinking about this work from home dynamic, but, I always encourage people to, interact with other employees here, maybe even if they're outside of the department. You just learn so much from just kind of interacting with people. And Bloomberg's always been great about that. There's always a big open area on our headquarters. It's the 6th floor where people can go get a cup of coffee and mingle. And that is where I go and I connect with people who I wouldn't connect with if I never left my desk. And I think there's a lot of value in that. The question is, you weigh that versus some of the costs, whether it's commuting costs or office costs. And it's a real decision for lots of companies out there, and I think they're going to be weighing this with a new calculus here, given our experience over the last 7 or 8 months of working from home.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to do a panel, and it's all about building teams and like how you do it in this environment, and thinking about remote workers and what people at home, whether it's parents with kids, what they're dealing with versus childless colleagues who can kind of work 24/7. That creates some different working patterns and what it is like to lead in this environment. And I do think it's going to be interesting. But one of the things I was thinking about, especially like a company like ours, where that's so much a part of it, this open environment where you do run into people from different, branches of the company, and you're like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that. And that's how you do collaboration, and that's how you continue to grow or think of new revenue streams or new ideas to pursue. So it's interesting to see different executives come out and say different things about remote workers and whether or not it sticks. So we will be watching it, that's for sure.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Allscripts will sell its Careport Health unit to WellSky for $1.35 billion. It was a down day on Wall Street with stocks falling on speculation that recent gains have outpaced prospects for a quick end to the stalemate over fresh economic stimulus. Today, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declined. NASDAQ, though, did swing between gains and losses in the end, though. A 12-point drop for NASDAQ, down 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index, lower, little change, down by less than 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 157 points, down by 0.5%. For the year, still showing a gain of 0.5%. The S&P down 22 points, lower by 0.6%. Dow Transports, by the way, down 0.8%. Russell 2000 down 0.7%. 10-year up 14.30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold at $18.91.34 the ounce, and a 2% drop today for West Texas Intermediate crude. A 2% advance, I should say, up 75 cents a barrel. Green there with WTI 40.18 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I want to get back to our guest, Shahar Arez, co-founder and CEO of Stoke Talent. It's an on-demand management platform. It helps companies manage their non-payroll workforce, and he is on the phone from Israel, where we know it is midnight or after midnight at this point. Shahar, one thing I wanted to ask you, I mean, you've held senior positions at VMware, Hewlett-Packard. You've been in the software and IT-related space for a long time. What do you make of what we're hearing about Silicon Valley? And you know, you are hearing a lot of those big tech companies say, you want to work from home for the rest of, your life? That's fine. You can do it forever. It's a trend that what are you hearing from your colleagues in Silicon Valley about that this will really ultimately stick?
So as I mentioned, I don't think this is new. I just think we're seeing an acceleration. This trend started, I don't know if it started in Silicon Valley, but obviously it was popular in Silicon Valley where people were working once or twice a week from home. And we started seeing more and more super successful companies that were built in a distributed manner. Companies like HashiCorp, Elastic, WordPress, and again, 2,500 companies were built that way. And over time, more companies moved to that operating model. I don't think it's going back to the way it was. I think that companies need to realize this is the new normal, fully distributed organizations, and to put in the right processes to support that organization, because it is a fundamental change. A lot of us were used to seeing people in the office, whiteboarding, brainstorming in person. Mm-hmm. A lot of that is not going to come back. It's going to be once a quarter, once a month maybe. The teams will meet together, but most of the time it is going to be a fully distributed organization. And I think it has dramatic implications, not on the workforce. I think the work will still get done. I think there's two areas that's going to be significant change. How do companies, for the first time in a while, will start measuring output? In the software industry for years, companies have been trying to measure, how do you measure engineering output? And there's no real answers for that. And so right now, when people already know it, how do you measure their productivity? And the other one is really what is the implication on social economics? I mean, are people indeed migrating out of California? Because you don't have to be in California, so why bear the cost? Are people moving out in New York? What are the implications for these large economic hubs? I think that's going to be a significant change, and I think the jury's still out. We'll see probably end of this year what are the implications.
So Shahar, we've seen lots of stories about technology firms embracing remote work and that type of thing. Even financial services firms, Larry Fink talking about it today from BlackRock. What industries do you think are not getting the message that might be ripe for some type of disruption here? They're just slow to react. Are you encountering any industries like that?
So I think you touched on a point. I think financial institutes, traditionally speaking, are a little more conservative, so they're not taking the change that fast. I can tell you, although, for example, one of the largest banks here in Israel has made the decision that they're rebuilding their campus, and they just decided to cut down office space by 65%.
Wow!
Because they assume that they're not going to have everybody showing up at the office. They're going to move to some model that says you're going to come to the office either twice a week or 3 days a week, but we're not going to have everyone at the same time. So I think we're going to see everyone moving in that direction. Obviously, the more traditional the company is, the more, management is more conservative. Generation has something to do with it. Millennials, Gen Z are responding very well to this change because it's how they've been operating. People, I'm a bit older, not very old, but a bit older. And so it takes time to go through that change. And obviously, areas where there's manual labor required, blue-collar kind of work is a lot more difficult to be done remotely. And so that's where the culture, I don't think, will allow full remote team.
Well, it is interesting, too, and I do wonder if that means there'll be even, this divide that we're trying to reduce right now between workers, as we've seen it in the pandemic, where there are workers who can work home and there are others who cannot, and that has potentially made them more vulnerable to the virus. But I do wonder, this move towards more remote workers, as you see it, does it help reduce kind of the wealth gap or income gap or equality gap that we see, certainly here in the U.S. and maybe elsewhere around the world, Shahar?
It's a great question. The short answer is yes. It's a yes with a but, though. If you're in the knowledge space and, white-collar kind of workforce engineering, design, anything that can be done remotely, then yes, because we can now get people from Southeast Asia to do work for American companies at a lot better fare, so it creates some sort of equality, which was never possible before. On the other end, if you're in the blue-collar space, it kind of opens an opportunity for companies to take advantage of the situation. And again, we can see some of the situations, with Uber and Lyft and AB5 now in California, where you're kind of saying, well, you're an independent contractor, you don't need any social benefits, figure it out yourself. I think ultimately the federal government will need to find a way to provide some sort of social safety net to independent contractors that are in the low income bracket.
Yeah, I don't disagree, especially as we see more and more of this happening. Shahar, thank you so much. A really thoughtful conversation. And again, thank you so much for staying up late for us. Shahar Erez, co-founder and CEO of Stoke Talent. And he, of course, joining us on the phone from Israel, where it is late evening.
Early morning.
Time to go to early morning. But interesting, right? When we talk about remote, and I think you're right, Paul, but that distinction between financial and maybe other sectors in terms of embracing it.
Yeah, I think it's a trend. I think it appears to be accelerating during this pandemic, and we're going to see some more announcements, I think, like we're seeing some of the bigger companies.
I agree. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. It is Bloomberg Business Week. Getting ready to wrap up our show. We've got a really cool guest, Paul, coming up. We like to call it kind of a version of Sip or Sweat. We're either doing some fitness or we're doing some beverages, and we're going to do some beverages. Feel good to you, or what do you think?
Very good.
Not quite Friday. It's a long time away, but, it's okay. All right, everybody. We're going to get to that in just a moment. First up, though, back to Charlie Pellet with a check on your top business stories.
All right, lots going on after the bell. Allscripts agreeing to sell its Careport Health business to WellSky Corp for $1.35 billion. Bed Bath & Beyond planning to sell its Christmas Tree Shops retail banner, its institutional linen holdings business, and a distribution center to generate about $250 million. J.P. Morgan Chase shares declined. It did show that the surge in trading is holding up, and so are borrowers. The biggest U.S. bank posted a surprise in earnings in its third quarter, fueled by a 30% jump in markets revenue as elevated volume kept its stock and bond traders business. Ken Leon is Global Director for Industry and Equity Research at CFRA Research.
And I think Jamie Dimon is very frustrated because they have excessive capital. The Fed is telling them that you cannot raise the dividend, nor can you buy back stock until we come back with the COVID stress tests at the end of the year. This is great for Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs because they have a very different profile than a bank that mostly lends. And that's why Morgan Stanley was aggressive buying Eaton Vance.
He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance with our Tom Keene. J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.6% today. Citigroup also out this morning. Citigroup shares did tumble today by 4.8%. Going to be a busy day tomorrow. That's what we love here at Bloomberg. We've got you covered. Bank of America will be reporting tomorrow morning, down 2.8% today. Wells Fargo tumbling 3.7%. Goldman Sachs was down by 1.6%. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the very latest. Tesla is reducing the price of both versions of the Model S available for order on its website. That price going down by about $3,000. Tesla shares up today by just about 1%. Also today, we did get word from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. It's investigating whether Chevy Bolt electric vehicles are prone to catch fire when they are parked. GM shares today on that news. GM was trading lower by 1.1%. Down day for the equity market with the S&P down 22, down 0.6%. The Dow down 157, down 0.6. NASDAQ down 12, a drop there of 0.1%. 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold $18.91 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, $40.18 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie. Thank you so much. Well, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. When I got this pitch from their PR team about being a collection of millennials thinking about the next generation of drinkers and the brands that will be in demand, I was definitely hooked, Paul, I'm going to say. It's like, count me in. So let's bring in Amy Stedman. She's founder and chief operating officer at Future Proof Beatbox Beverages. Their company's based in Austin, Texas, but we find Amy on the phone in Pittsburgh on this Tuesday. Amy, great to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, Carol and Paul. How are y'all?
Doing okay. I want to talk to you about your business and the impact of the virus. But before we do that, can we take a step back and just talk to us a little bit about the origins? Because you and your partners actually met at the University of Texas Business School. Is that right? And this is where you came up with your company?
Absolutely. At the time I was in my mid-20s. We were seeing boxed wine at every party, every tailgate, river float trip. But no one really loved the wine that they were drinking, and the brands did not appeal to the millennial generation. So my business partners, Justin, Brad, Jason, and Dan, came up with the idea to make boxed wine less boring. So they recruited me to join the team, and we sought to create a brand that would resonate with millennials and be centered around music, which is the center of our social lives at the time. So thus, Beatbox Beverages was born, our first product line.
All right, so talk to us about your product lines here. What are some of the products that are kind of driving your growth, or are you seeing the most uptake from your consumers?
Yeah, so Beatbox Beverages is a product that we launched first time back in 2013. So we first launched it as a boxed wine, and then as we grew with the company and we're on Shark Tank in 2014, we really found that it was resonating with millennials in terms of being eco-friendly, portable, great flavors. And so we've been really growing with that brand. This past year, our company has actually transitioned from Beatbox beverages to future-proof brands, and we're piloting 2 new brands in fast-growing categories in alcohol as well: Corkless, an alternative packaging wine, and Brizzy in the seltzer space.
All right, wait a minute. Okay, we're going way too fast. You got to go back to Shark Tank because I mean, we all know that brand. Every once in a while I go down a rabbit hole and I watch a couple, one after another, because it's just fascinating to see, to me, entrepreneurs, pitching their business to, this panel of individuals who've got money to spend and who understand what it takes to make a good business. What was that experience like? Because you actually got Mark Cuban to, I think, pitch in about $1 million or so.
Absolutely, which was one of the biggest deals on the show of all time back then. But, we started the company very bare bones. We made it ourselves, distributed ourselves. We were doing, probably 6 to 9 hours of in-store samplings a weekend. And we would always get that comment of, you should be on Shark Tank. You should be on Shark Tank when people saw the product, as if that's something you can just go do, right? But fortunately, in Austin, we have South by Southwest, and the Shark Tank producers came to do casting there, so we got to pitch them, and then ended up filming that summer of 2014, and we're part of the season 6. So it's definitely a surreal experience, and I still can't really believe that it happened. But one thing that people always ask me about getting on the show, I said, hey, it's a TV show. You got to give them great TV. So bring the energy and passion for your product, and hopefully good things happen.
Well, I agree with that. And Mark Cuban knows certainly how to, kind of become, entertaining and a little bit of a spectacle. I mean, he's really kind of fascinating to listen, whether he's in an interview or other setting. But, what did Mark Cuban's involvement? It wasn't just about money, was it?
No. So Mark has actually been incredibly helpful. After he made $1 million investment on the show, he came in and met with us. He's over there in Dallas and we were in Austin, so we got together in person several times. He's also signed beatboxes for us in a liquor store for hours. We've hosted, events together on 6th Street in Austin during, St. Patrick's Day, and he's gone above and beyond and provided things like inventory financing and put his brother Jeff Cuban on our board. So it's been incredible to work with Mark, and, a dream come true as a young entrepreneur to be able to learn from the best.
Well, we're going to do a little bit of news, then we're going to come back because I want to hear a little bit more about the business, because I feel like the beverage industry there's lots of competition and there's constantly new brands. And so what you're doing to kind of, really make your mark in this industry and kind of where it's going. Curious too about trends during the virus, because we know we've all talked about, the liquor store stayed open and people were buying
essential services.
Yeah, essential services, right? So we'll talk a little bit about that. We're going to come back to Amy Stedman. She's founder and chief operating officer at Future Proof Beatbox Beverages, but did talk about how they've been transitioning certainly more recently. So we'll get back to her in just a moment. Right now, we do want to get back to Ed Baxter. He's in San Francisco. Hey, Ed.
Yeah. Hey, Carol. U.S. Supreme Court has let the Trump administration end the census count 2 weeks short of a federal court, which had extended it through the end of the month. This is a definite blow to civil rights groups. COVID-19 has become the Grinch that has stolen Halloween, in California at least. A state's top health official, Dr. Mark Galley, says while trick-or-treating won't be banned,
some of the traditional Halloween celebrations, such as parties, door-to-door trick-or-treating, we know pose a high risk of spreading COVID and are therefore strongly discouraged.
So he says do it at home or virtually. New York City's issued $150,000 in fines and 100 summons over the weekend, most targeted in the hot spots where there's been great resistance to isolation policies. Virginia's Governor Ralph Northam says he'll push to get a voter registration deadline extension, this after a major system went down because of a cut cable. The governor says a lot of people in any event have voted in the state already.
As of yesterday, more than 550,000 Virginians have voted early in person.
Senate confirmation hearings today with questions. Judge Amy Coney Barrett answering questions about her positions on the ACA.
I'm not here on a mission to destroy the Affordable Care Act. I'm just here to apply the law and adhere to the rule of law.
And not recusing herself on any election ruling, but saying she will consult with other justices to make a decision on due process.
I want to be very clear for the record and to all members of this committee that no matter what anyone else may think or expect, I have not committed to anyone or so much as signaled. I've never even written.
In San Francisco with our news 24 hours a day, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Mr. Baxter, thank you so much. I have to say, Paul, I know I just put around this story from Dow Jones Wall Street Journal. I've been waiting for someone to do this story because we have been talking on air with people who do content production in the film industry and streaming, and they have said, I remember talking to Jane Rosenthal of Tribeca, like, how are we going to do these how are we going to film when you are making content? It's tons of people in a small space, sometimes on a stage, a sound stage. How do you do it? And she even said, how do you do sex scenes? Because, in a COVID-19 era. So this story talks about that as Hollywood resumes some production in the midst of a pandemic, fear of COVID-19 is changing how TV gets made. Producers are avoiding scenes with crowds, guest stars, or intimacy between characters wherever possible. Crew members have backups in case they get sick, and special cameras give the illusion that actors are near each other when they are far apart, which I know that there's often been TV series where the stars like hate each other and they actually are filming them separately. Yeah. So it can be done, but they're figuring it out, but it's going to be different.
They are figuring it out. And, Hollywood effectively, Carol, has been shut down really since March.
Absolutely.
And that's, globally in terms of film and television production here. So it's, they're, not immune to this. But like other industries, they're trying to figure out ways to reopen, crank production back up, because it's key, because there are so many of these streaming services that are just demanding content. So the demand is there, but the supply, the production has been effectively zeroed out. So here we go. Fewer fistfights, less sex, less crowds. They're going to make it work. And the question is, how will it look on air? Will people notice? Will they care? Will it still have the full production value that viewers are used to?
Yeah, what's the joke? We actually talked with Frank Patterson, who's president and CEO of Trillis Studios in Atlanta, and he said, the joke going around, in terms of demand for content during the pandemic, I've seen Netflix, what's next? It's like everybody's watched everything on streaming. But listen, they're figuring it out, and they're doing lots of testing of anybody who's involved in any kind of production. So that is definitely happening. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks move lower today on speculation that recent gains have outpaced prospects for a quick end to the stalemate over fresh economic stimulus. Banks led the losses in the S&P 500, JP Morgan Chase and Citigroup sinking as investors worried that third quarter earnings signaled just a pause in pain from soured loans, and Eli Lilly tumbled after putting its government-sponsored antibody test on hold because of potential safety concerns. Today we saw shares of JP Morgan down 1.6%, Citigroup tumbled by 4.8%. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declined today. S&P down 22, a drop of 0.6%. The Dow down 157, down 0.5. NASDAQ lower by 12, a drop of 0.1%. 10-year up 14.30 seconds. The 10-year yield 0.72%. Gold at $18.91.34 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, $40.20 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Let's get back to our guest, Amy Stedman, still with us, founder and chief operating officer at Future Proof Beatbox Beverages, based in Austin, Texas. She is on the phone in Pittsburgh on this Tuesday. So, Amy, talk to us about the trends that you've seen during the pandemic in terms of customer buying and whether or not those trends have they changed as we've gotten from March to today.
Yeah, when all this started, we were nervous, just as everybody was, but our primary distribution is in channels such as grocery, liquor store, and convenience stores. And what you did see was all of the dollars being spent on alcohol shifting from restaurants and bars into those channels. And so we've actually been experiencing record sales months every month of the pandemic, and have been able to, fortunately turn it around and raise money for Small Business Relief Fund and ACLU and other groups as well. So that's been the silver lining of all that.
So, Amy, when I walk into a liquor store these days, I'm just overwhelmed by the number of products, really competing for shelf space. It's just so many new products. It's not just beer, wine, and spirits. There's everything, hard seltzer, and I guess that's kind of the some of the newer products. How do you get mind share, market share in such a crowded market? What's your marketing strategy?
Absolutely. So, what you're seeing is the results of huge trends in consumer drinking, right? Millennials are shifting away from traditional beer to wine and flavored items like Beatbox. And the bigger brands are scrambling, trying to find things that are going to work. But what they're missing is that key authenticity that millennials and Gen Z are also looking for. The big brands will try and slap a new label on an outdated idea, trying to make it cool to these demographics. But, with our brand, we sought to create the most authentic experience possible, which is, really connecting with our listeners and constantly, whether it's flavor development, packaging design, the events we choose to sponsor, we use social media, brand ambassadors, and other listening tools to stay extremely connected to our consumers. And I think that's really what's made us stand out among all of those different new entrants like you've mentioned.
Hey, one thing I want to ask you, because your background is really fascinating to me. First of all, it's a woman who's got two male business partners and, creating a company. I'm curious about that experience. I'm also experienced you're a first-generation U.S. citizen that, you moved here from Syria when you were about 10 years old. So I'm just curious about, being an immigrant in this country, creating a company, and what the experience has been for you.
Yeah, so my parents had corporate jobs when we lived in the Middle East. My dad's from the UK and my mom's from Syria, and they actually quit their jobs when I was 10 years old to pursue entrepreneurship in this country. And so we came over, and I watched them grow their businesses through high school and college. It was a vending machine business with those, bubbles and stuffed animals and things like that. And so that was their business. And then when it came time for me to go to business school and start my company, I was incredibly flattered that, my business partners decided they were not going to start a next generation alcohol beverage company without including a female founder and having diversity on their ownership. So I really appreciated them recruiting me to join the team. And, certainly being a female founder in the alcohol beverage industry had its rocky moments. I'm often mistaken for, a promotional model when I'm saying, no, I'm actually the owner of the company. People, have a reaction. But my reaction to that is, the more that I can be on things like this and show up at panels and be mentors to other female entrepreneurs that, we can make a change in our generation and, the next group of female founders. And there have been many, many new women founders of alcohol beverages, alcohol beverage companies recently. So I see that as a great change, and I hope that we can continue to be the change that we want to see in this industry and encourage more diversity of ownership as well.
Well,
and I'm super grateful to be an American citizen. It's a wonderful place to be. I know we have our issues, but this is an incredible country.
Well, it's great to hear that. And it's interesting, because I do think it sounds like whether it's diversity and inclusion or sustainability, these are things that are important to you guys and also the brand.
Absolutely. I also wanted to include my stories being featured in a book called Immigrant Hustle, which I love the name for that. So that's coming out later this year if anybody's interested in learning more about my story. But, on that note, I mentioned we definitely want to be this next generation alcohol beverage company. So that includes a responsible business model. We want it to be more inclusive and regenerative for the planet. So, my role as Chief Operating Officer, I take sustainability very seriously in our company, and we're actually working on becoming a B Corp this year so that we can be fully transparent with all of our efforts that we've been kind of doing behind the scenes and now really bake it into our business model for future growth.
Amy, how are you guys funding your growth? It seems like you talk about the sales growth, such very strong sales growth. How are you funding that?
Yeah, so, consumer brands are expensive to get going. So we've done several fundraising rounds. We're actually, after Shark Tank, we had 2 big fundraising rounds with lots of private investors that came in to support us. We're so grateful. And we're actually partnering with WeFunder to be able to allow anybody that's a fan of Beatbox or Future Proof to, become part of the brand. And that's going to be announced very soon. So if anyone's interested in that, it's beatboxbeverages.com to sign up for the newsletter and get that announcement once it's public.
And I got to ask you, go ahead. No, please finish.
I was going to say it's such a unique opportunity because, most people can't just invest in a startup. These crowdfunding platforms that are kind of becoming the next generation of fundraising. Really cool opportunity to democratize who can be part of these fast-growing companies.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of that. I think it's really interesting. It's also happening in real estate where, the average investor, right, can't get involved, but there are ways now where you can, be part of a group in terms of being much more involved in some of kind of what normally is for institutional investors. Amy, what's next for you guys? I mean,
we are launching...
Yeah, go ahead.
We're launching a new flavor of Beatbox this month, Peach Punch. So we're really excited about that. It tastes like my most favorite delicious road trip snack, the peach rings. And we're continuing to innovate in this industry. We've got 2 brands with Brizzy and Corkless, which, 2020 is a very hard year to launch innovation at retail. So we're very excited about expanding those brands next year as we can do things like events and samplings and other ways to introduce a new product to customers again.
Yeah, we were just saying that about Apple with their new products. I mean, it's just a tough year to come into. Amy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we can check back with you down the road to see what else is coming your way. Amy Stedman, she's founder and chief operating officer at Future Proof Beatbox Beverages, based in Austin, Texas, but on the phone from Pittsburgh today. So, what I love about these stories, Paul, is it's just a reminder that companies are moving forward. I mean, despite everything that we are facing amid the pandemic, the economy, companies are making decisions. They're raising money and they're moving forward.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and particularly when we speak to these younger executives, younger entrepreneurs, they're learning their business right in the midst of this pandemic, and they're moving forward. And it's really, really inspiring for some of these young folks just to keep moving forward, keep the creativity, keep the innovation going. So it's a good thing to see for this economy.
And what do you think about some peach punch? You ready for it?
Yeah,
are you a peach punch kind of guy?
I'm a Budweiser in a can kind of guy.
I kind of knew that. I could tell that. All right, everybody, for Paul Sweeney and the Bloomberg Business Week team, have a great evening. I'm Carol Massar, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with Dat Stick 2 weeks later. 12 in the morning, pop shells for a living, and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute road.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. And it's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand. Are you ready? Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? Good. It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. Written out bigger on the pod. Thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify Route 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I've ended up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lilly Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room, they had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And I think my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lilly's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lilly was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lilly had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lilly's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lilly was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's a real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lilly started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blued能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lilly Singh. But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone to girls, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lilly's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lilly was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lilly had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lilly's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lilly was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where's the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lilly's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016, and her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lilly started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers, it is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.